Chapter 1143. Published at 15th of February 2023 5:57 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 1143. 1143 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1143 Massive Magical Beast. 2. This magical beast in the distance was as tall as a mountain, literally. It stood on all four like a horse, had purple and silver scales, and it had a dragon's head. Furthermore, there was this long, black horn on its forehead, and it was currently shooting out purple lightning from it. This purple lightning scattered aimlessly, burning anything that it touched. The cultivators that couldn't dodge it immediately became burnt toast. What kind of monster is that? Tian Yenyu exclaimed in a startled voice after seeing the massive magical beast. That's a purple lightning qilin. They're actually a lot smaller in the real world. Tian Suin responded, her tone sounding a little stiff. The two of you should stay here. I will kill it quickly and come right back. Yuan said to them. Okay. Be careful. Tian Yenyu nodded without hesitation. The last thing she wanted to do was to get any closer to that lightning-spewing monster. His monstrous body will just restore any damage inflicted to him. I bet he's actually immortal. Tian Suin joked in a serious manner. Then I will be right back. Yuan waved at them before flying towards the purple lightning qilin that was running rampage in the distance. Watch out. It's going to shoot out lightning again. The cultivators fighting the purple lightning qilin were from different places. Some were disciples of a sect while others were members of a large family. Of course, there were rogue cultivators amongst the fighters, but they were mostly fighting alone without anyone watching their backs. Ah. Fuck. My leg. The bastards got my fucking leg. A disciple screamed in agony as he lost one of his legs to the purple lightning qilin's lightning, burning it to a crisp. Aim for its horn. If we destroy the horn, it should stop using its lightning attack. Another shouted. As Yuan got closer to the battlefield, he could witness with his bare eyes the carnage, where rivers of blood and mountains of corpses littered the ground around the purple lightning qilin. There has to be hundreds of corpses down there. He thought to himself, feeling shivers down his back. Once he was close enough, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. However, he did not immediately enter the battlefield and patiently waited for his chance to strike. He also studied the purple lightning qilin's movements. Of course, people continued to die as time passed. As unfortunate as their deaths were, Yuan wasn't going to risk his own life to save these people like some sort of hero. These cultivators entered the Nameless Emperor's tomb with the resolve to die, and they did the same before they decided to fight this beast. About 10 minutes later, once Yuan was confident that he knew all of the purple lightning qilin's movements, he tightly held on to the Empyrean Overlord before flying towards it. The lightning attack may seem random at first, but it's not. It won't use it again for another 3 minutes, so this is my chance. Yuan appeared directly in front of the purple lightning qilin the next moment, and his body released an aura that surmounted the massive beast before him. His Empyrean Overlord also gushed with enhanced sword qi. This is going to be my first time using enhanced sword qi at its full power. After taking a deep breath, Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord at the purple lightning qilin's horn. Shah! The black horn that threatened and killed hundreds of cultivators had been sliced off the monster's head cleanly. The cultivators there were in disbelief at first, but they quickly became overwhelmed with relief after realizing that they no longer have to worry about the lightning strikes. However, before anybody could celebrate, the purple lightning qilin released a loud roar, causing its scales to turn crimson. Its eyes also turned bloodshot with red lightning sparking from within, and its body also started shooting out tiny red sparks that coiled all around its body, creating what appeared to be an armor made of lightning. A sense of dread suddenly assaulted Yuan, and his body instinctively moved. Boom! A massive red lightning strike suddenly descended from the sky, hitting directly where Yuan was flying. Arg! Yuan released a pained voice before slamming his mouth shut when the sudden thunder managed to strike his left shoulder, tearing his entire arm. However, this could be considered lucky for him. If he hadn't sensed the danger and moved in advance, the thunder strike would have struck his head, instantly killing him. The purple lightning Qilin released another deafening cry, causing more red thunder strikes to rain down. Fuck. It's enraged. Run for your lives. The cultivators scattered like ants when they saw the apocalyptic-like scene before them. Xiaoyang. Tian Yenyu was terrified for his life when she saw the situation from afar. In fact, she had to distance herself even further as the area of the lightning strikes appeared to be growing with every passing moment. I need to finish this as soon as possible or it'll just get worse. Yuan thought to himself as he dodged the lightning strikes left and right while he waited for his injury to recover. However, with the purple lightning Qilin spamming lightning strikes non-stop, it would be incredibly hard to attack while dodging even if he was uninjured. Suddenly, a ball of flames shot out from his chest and flew directly at the purple lightning Qilin, engulfing its body in phoenix flames. I cannot sit back and watch it hurt you any longer, young master. Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. Then, a ball of white flames appeared, mixing itself with the phoenix flame, causing the intensity of the flames to skyrocket. The purple lightning Qilin stopped rampaging and began jumping everywhere trying to extinguish the flames, but alas, its efforts were futile, and the flames of two divine beasts only became stronger. Thank you, you too. Yuan immediately took this chance to attack the monster. God of War's astral arts. After summoning his avatar, Yuan swung his sword at the purple lightning Qilin again, this time aiming right at the center of its body. Whoosh! The sword penetrated the scales with ease before cutting into its muscles, splitting its body into halves. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1144 Sword Temple. Chapter 1144 Sword Temple. After the purple lightning Qilin was slain by Yuan, its body immediately began decomposing at a rapid rate until there was nothing but a single item on the ground, a purple key. Yuan picked up the key and thought to himself, is this what he meant when he said that I'd eventually find them no matter what? Is this a work of fate, or is this the tomb's doing? Brother Yuan, that wasn't a purple lightning Qilin. It was an ancient lightning Qilin, something that only exists in the seventh heaven and above. Even top cultivators in that realm have trouble dealing with it. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded. Have you encountered one before? Yuan couldn't help but ask her. Xiao Hua isn't sure, she said. How are you not sure? Feng Yuxiang then asked. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Xiao Hua's memories have been hazy lately. Memories that I don't recall have been appearing in my mind since we arrived in the third heaven. That is interesting. Yuan mumbled. If I recall correctly, all exiles have restrictions placed on them to make their climb to the upper heaven as hard as possible, such as their strength. Does this mean Xiao Hua's memories have been restricted and such restriction is weakening as we move towards the upper heavens? Feng Yuxiang theorized. That does sound plausible. What do you think, Xiao Hua? Yuan found such a hypothesis entirely possible. Xiao Hua also thinks it's possible. This will also explain why my cultivation suddenly increased when we arrived in the second heaven and the third heaven. She agreed. If that's true, I wonder how strong you truly are, Xiao Hua. Yuan smiled. Xiao Hua blushed inwardly. Yuan returned to Tian Yenyu and Tian Suyin shortly after. Are you okay, Xiaoyang? It looked painful when you were struck by the purple lightning Qilin's red lightning. Tian Yenyu looked at him with a worried face even though he looked perfectly fine. It was indeed a little painful, but it's not unbearable, he said. What did you receive from the purple lightning Qilin? Surely, it was an amazing reward. Tian Suyin was more interested in the reward. Yuan showed her the purple key and silently smiled. That's it. Tian Suyin was dumbfounded. He nodded. No way. These keys better lead to something heaven-defying for them to be considered as a reward. Hopefully. Anyways, let's continue with our journey. The three of them returned to the air shortly after and started flying towards the Sword Temple again. A week later. Is that the Sword Temple? Tian Yenyu mumbled as a white building appeared on the horizon. It is. Tian Suin confirmed. It's a lot more ordinary than I expected. The building itself was impressively large, but besides the beautifully detailed design exterior, everything was plain white. However, that was not what Yuan saw. While the others may only see an oversized white building, Yuan could see and sense that the entire building was overflowing with enhanced sword aura, so much so that it sent shivers down his back. Once he was close enough, Yuan could see a large group of cultivators standing around a tall platform in front of the Sword Temple, where two individuals were engaged in an intense match. So that's the sword trial. Yuan thought to himself when he saw it. This was something he'd read about in Jade Sword Manor's library. In order to enter the Sword Temple, one must participate in the sword trial and defeat their opponent first. The opponent is different for everyone depending on their strength and talents. If one fails to pass the sword trial, they will be denied entry to the Sword Temple, and everyone only has one attempt. According to the statistics, less than 1% of challengers have actually stepped foot inside the Sword Temple, and hundreds of thousands of cultivators participate in the sword trial every time the tomb opens. Tian Suin said as they watched the sword trial from afar. The summoned spirits always have the same cultivation as the challenger, but their techniques are usually far superior. The opponents summoned by the sword trial are also addressed as spirits by most people. He lost already? It hasn't even been 2 minutes since the fight started. Tian Yenyu mumbled after the challenger was sent flying off the stage with one less arm that he entered the stage with. You'd have to be a genius to last more than 5 minutes against the spirits. That's how powerful they are. Tian Suin said. The more I witness the Nameless Emperor's tomb, the more it feels like the odds are stacked against us. Just what kind of talent is the creator of this world looking for? Surely, they didn't make it just to mess with us, right? Tian Yenyu sighed. The vast majority of cultivators create a tomb to pass down their legacy to someone worthy, but the Nameless Emperor's tomb is so difficult that it feels like the creator made it just to mock the challengers. Sorry. Yuan couldn't help but apologize to her inwardly, as this tomb was clearly created solely for him. Sometime later, they made their way towards the stage before splitting up again. Yuan went to the back of the line for challengers while Tian Yenyu and her mother went to stand with the spectators. A few hours later. Look at that young man in the center of the line. Isn't that Xiaoyang? A few people who'd just arrived after coming from the Sword Pagoda quickly noticed him. You're right. It's him. You mean the genius who cleared the Sword Pagoda? That's him? He looks so young. An uproar within the spectators quickly ensued, and it didn't take long before everyone was talking about him. However, the conversation didn't last long, as everyone had their breaths taken away by a group of newcomers. More specifically, a group of beautiful ladies that instantly stole the spotlight with their peerless appearance, especially the woman with an aloof expression in the front. Yuan noticed the sudden change in atmosphere and turned to look as well. She's strong. He immediately thought to himself after seeing the beauty in the front. C1145 Sword Trial. Chapter 1145 Sword Trial. The lady leading the group of beauties had long black hair, purple eyes with a hint of green, and slight makeup around her eyes. She looked incredibly beautiful but also threatening at the same time, like a rose with thorns. These ladies were also exuding an overwhelming aura that nobody there has experienced before. They were clearly all from the upper heavens, especially the purple-eyed lady, who had a similar aura to Silver Dragon Longchen. However, unlike Longchen, who was actively hiding his aura, this lady was letting it flow naturally. These ladies would watch the sword trial from afar while mumbling to each other. It was unclear whether they planned on participating or not, but their presence was so heavy that it made focusing hard for the others. Eventually, people began leaving the line one by one, as they did not want to participate under such an atmosphere. Of course, there were a few that became more motivated since they wanted to impress this group of fairies. The line quickly grew shorter and shorter until there were less than 100 people left. Yuan quickly reached the front of the line, but right when it was his turn to enter the stage, the group of fairies began to move. The group landed in front of him and blocked off his path to the platform while their leader, the purple-eyed beauty, flew onto the stage. "Wait if you don't want to die a pointless death," one of them said to him. Yuan didn't want to argue with them, so he remained silent. "Good luck, senior apprentice Sister Tang. You'll clear this silly trial with ease." These girls began cheering for the purple-eyed beauty, who was surnamed Tang. Shortly after the fairy Tang entered the platform, an array formation in the shape of a circle appeared on the other side of the platform, and a figure would emerge from this circle a moment later. As usual, this figure was wearing a mask, and they had the cultivation of a peak spirit king. Fairy Tang kept the same aloof expression on her face, seemingly unfazed by her opponent. She proceeded to make the first move by pointing her finger at the masked figure. "Scatter," she uttered in a low but confident voice. Whoosh! Thousands of purple-colored flower petals suddenly appeared out of thin air and flew towards the masked figure. A sweet scent filled the air when the flower petals appeared, but when the surrounding cultivators sniffed this scent, their consciousness immediately began fading, and those with a lower cultivation could even feel a numbing sensation in their body. "This is poison." Although the poison wasn't effective on him, it wasn't completely ineffective either. After all, while his body could take a hit from a spiritual treasure and not receive a scratch, it didn't have much resistance to poison. The purple flower petals quickly clashed with the masked figure like a tidal wave and consumed their entire figure. However, a powerful wave of sword aura suddenly rippled in the area, instantly destroying the thousands of flower petals. Che. As expected, poison won't work on them. Fairy Tang sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner before she retrieved her weapon, a very thin sword that resembled a rapier, and her body also began radiating with sword aura. That the sword aura released by Fairy Tang was impressive, but it wouldn't hold a candle to Yuan's sword aura. However, Fairy Tang still managed to defeat her opponent after 25 exchanges. Heavens! That fairy defeated her opponent within 25 strikes. I don't think I have seen anyone defeat the summon in less than 100 strikes. The spectators were filled with awe after witnessing Fairy Tang's performance. As expected of senior apprentice Sister Tang, her group cheered. The other girls in the group proceeded to enter the stage one by one until all of them challenged the sword trial. In the end, all of them passed the trial, but their results greatly differed from each other, ranging between 50 strikes to 100 strikes to defeat their opponent. Heavens! I have never seen so many people pass the trial back to back. To think 7 people participated and 7 passed. Truly a spectacle. Once the whole group of beauties finally finished, Yuan made his way up the platform. "Let's head inside the Sword Temple, senior apprentice Sister Tang," the girl said to her. However, she remained unmoving as her gaze was fixated on the platform. The girls turned to look at Yuan and wondered why she was interested in his match. "Although he's a little handsome, I don't see anything special about him." "What do you see in him, senior apprentice Sister Tang?" Since Yuan had changed out of his golden dragon robe to attract less attention from people like them, he no longer looked as special. "Look around us. He's the only one who doesn't seem affected by my poisonous scent." Fairy Tang spoke in a calm voice. When she mentioned this fact, the others also noticed this phenomenon. "You're right. But is it really that weird? It's not like you're purposefully trying to harm them. Perhaps I am thinking too much about it. Let's go," Fairy Tang said as she turned around. However, before she could even take 2 steps, her entire body froze when a tyrannical pressure suddenly appeared in the area. Who's exerting this pressure? The others were also baffled by this anomaly. They all subconsciously turned to look at the platform. It must be that masked figure. She's the cause of this pressure. Wait. This masked figure is a female? Indeed, standing on the platform about a dozen meters away from Yuan was a masked figure who was clearly a woman with feminine body, but the most damning evidence were the 2 large peaks on her chest. A masked figure that is a woman. I've never even heard of this before. The spectators were just as surprised as the group of fairies. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this masked figure. had watched hundreds of matches before his own, yet none of them had a female opponent, so why did he summon one? Chapter 1146. Published at 26th of February 2023 6:48 and 24 seconds AM. Chapter 1146. 1146 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1146 Sword Trial. 2. After being summoned, the female masked figure started looking around with interest, almost as though she was inspecting her surroundings, a behavior that none of the previous spirits have shown. Her gaze eventually stopped on Yuan, and after a moment of silence, she spoke in a clear voice. This is the first time I've been summoned since the creation of this place. What's your name? She's having a conversation with her opponent? The spectators were beyond shocked by this. The spirits in the sword trial have never spoken a single word before. This is the first time it's a woman, too. My name is Xiaoyang. Yuan introduced himself. Really? To his surprise, the female spirit questioned his answer, almost as if she didn't believe him. I don't like liars, you know, she continued. Yuan decided to remain silent. Well, whatever. Anyways, are you ready to fight me? I hope you can entertain me. Yuan immediately retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. The spirit's body trembled when she saw the beautiful sword in his grasp. You. Why do you have that sword? The spirit muttered in a low voice that sounded to be in disbelief. 'Cause it's mine, he calmly responded. Bullshit. The spirit suddenly roared, and a tyrannical aura exploded from her body, causing the spectators to scatter away from the platform. That's my master's sword. How dare you defile it with your unworthy hands? Before Yuan could even respond, the female spirit suddenly sprang into action, rushing towards him as a large greatsword appeared in her grasp. Boom! A powerful shockwave appeared when their swords clashed, and Yuan was actually pushed back by the spirit. When he stabilized himself, he could feel his entire arm shaking. Shit! What terrifying strength! Yuan cried inwardly, and he realized that this could be the most difficult challenge he's faced in this place yet. Die! The spirit did not spare Yuan any time to think and continued to rush at him with her attacks growing stronger with every strike. Clang! 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 The spirit eventually started using sword aura, causing ripples filled with sword aura to scatter everywhere, destroying the platform and the surroundings. Heavens! What am I witnessing? The group of fairies from the upper heavens were baffled by the fierce battle, something they thought could only happen in the upper heavens, especially Fairy Tang, who was in disbelief for another reason. How? How did he manage to summon an opponent who is far stronger than mine? Fairy Tang wondered to herself why her spirit was inferior. The difference between Yuan's opponent and her own, they couldn't even be compared. As far as I know, the sword trial adjusts the spirits based on the challenger's talent. Does this mean the sword trial believes that my talent is inferior to that man's talent? That I am inferior to a nobody from the third heaven? Impossible. Fairy Tang gritted her teeth in frustration. Her existence has always been compared to the others since birth, yet she's always at the top, even when compared to those from powerful families, so she could have never imagined that she'd feel inferior to someone that isn't even from the upper heavens. As time passed, the spectators would become more and more speechless. Heavens! They have been going at it for hours now. It's not weird for the spirit to not get tired, but that young man is a different story. Just how much energy does he have? Although it may seem like Yuan has unlimited energy like the spirit, it isn't as simple as that. His body, from his muscles to his bones, are damaged and destroyed with every exchange, but due to his perfect regeneration, it completely heals itself before the next exchange. Of course, even if his body is fine, one's mental state usually degrades as a fight prolongs, but due to Heaven's indomitable soul, his mind that is affected by soul strength not only refreshes itself, it also grows stronger with every second. Therefore, if he isn't damaged faster than he could heal, and if he doesn't use too much soul strength at once, he could potentially fight for an eternity without any breaks. The female spirit, who had been cursing Yuan non-stop at the beginning, also became quiet. Minutes turned to hours, and hours turned to days. In the blink of an eye, Yuan and the spirit had been fighting each other for 5 days straight now. More and more people have shown up at the place just to witness their legendary fight, including the Silver Dragon, who rushed over after hearing the news. How long have they been fighting? One of the newcomers asked. They've been at it for 5 days now. F5? Are you messing with me? There's no way anyone can fight that long with such intensity. You don't have to believe me. You can ask the others. Meanwhile, Silver Dragon Longchen hovered in the air with a pondering expression on his face. They've been fighting at this pace for 5 days now, yet neither of them are using their full strength. That Xiao Yang, is he using that spirit for training? Even if that's the case, why is the spirit going along with him? He wondered, as he thought that the spirits were meant to defeat the challengers as soon as possible. It was at this moment that he noticed the group of beauties standing near the entrance of the Sword Temple. So she's also here, huh? A smile appeared on his face when he saw the expression on her face. He didn't think he would ever get the chance to see such a sight. So even the poison phoenix can feel jealousy. What a surprising find. He approached her a moment later. However, Fairy Tang didn't sense his presence until he was right beside her. It's been a while, Poison Phoenix. Silver Dragon greeted her with a somewhat cheeky smile. Fairy Tang glared at him with a cold gaze as she spoke. What do you want, Silver Dragon? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1147. Published at 26th of February 2023 5:30 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 1147. 1147 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1147 Sword Trial. 3. Upon sensing the Poison Phoenix's unwelcoming aura, Silver Dragon remained calm as he chuckled. I don't really want anything from you. Then why are you bothering me? Go away, as far as possible, until I cannot see your annoying face with my divine sense. Poison Phoenix coldly sneered. Even though I don't need anything from you, I couldn't help but notice you staring at my friend very intently. Silver Dragon said, still with a smile on his face. Poison Phoenix's expression changed drastically after hearing his words, and she quickly asked, your friend? You know that man? Oh ho? Am I thinking too much, or is the Poison Phoenix, who is prominent for having no interest in anything, actually interested in someone, a man, at that? Silver Dragon spoke in a teasing voice. Poison Phoenix began emitting killing intent. If you value your life, you better watch your mouth when you speak to me, you half-breed dragon. Her words wiped the smile off Silver Dragon's face, who also started emitting killing intent. The ladies with Poison Phoenix shuddered at their clashing killing intent, but the 4 dragons and phoenixes often fought with each other due to their rivalry nature, so they weren't surprised at all. Silver Dragon was the first to retrieve his killing intent. Forget it. I'm not going to fight with you here, especially since it will disturb the sword trial. You know what happens if someone disturbs an ongoing challenge in this place, right? I'm not stupid like you. Poison Phoenix also retracted her killing intent. There was a strict rule that everyone must follow while inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. This rule prohibited anyone from disturbing an ongoing trial. Those who violate this rule will be executed on the spot. However, even though most people know this rule, there will also still be those who are either ignorant or don't care about the rule. Why the fuck is he taking so damn long? Can't he see that there are other people waiting to take the trial? Does he think we have an unlimited amount of time in this place or something? A bulky man with long wavy hair and a crusty beard suddenly jumped out of the crowd and towards the platform. If you're going to take your sweet ass time, I'll end this for you right now. Stop. What do you think you're doing? The spectators there shouted at him to stop, but nobody dared to physically intervene. Once the bearded man was about 50 meters away from the platform, an unfathomable pressure suddenly that could only be felt by the man appeared, and it halted the man midair. It's over for him. What an idiot. The spectators merely shook their heads upon seeing this. The next second, the bearded man's expression became filled with horror as his body began twisting like a pretzel stick until it could no longer withstand the pressure and burst like a balloon. Strangely enough, there was no blood or meat showering the crowd below, almost as though his body was made of air. A second after the man's gruesome death that was witnessed by all, a profound voice resounded in the head of everyone there excluding Yuan. Without exception, those who dare to disturb the trial will be executed. This voice that was backed by an unfathomable strength sent chills down their spine, with some even falling on their butt. The creator of this place is truly something else. Silver Dragon mumbled with a nervous smile on his face. Hey, how do you think he would fare against the peak experts in the supreme heaven? He turned to look at Poison Phoenix. Why are you still here? Get lost. Silver Dragon shrugged and turned around to leave, but he stopped again after 2 steps. Oh, right, do you still want to know about that man? He turned to ask her. Scram. Poison Phoenix growled in a low voice. However, instead of leaving, Silver Dragon decided to stay and start speaking without looking at her, almost as though he was talking to himself. Honestly, I don't know much about him either. His name is Xiao Yang, and we met not long ago at the Sword Pagoda. When Silver Dragon started talking, Poison Phoenix acted like she couldn't care less, but she was actually listening with interest. Silver Dragon spoke about how they met and Xiao Yang's achievements at the Sword Pagoda. Meanwhile, on the platform, Yuan was still focused on his training using the spirit. Since the spirit doesn't seem to have any intentions on defeating him as soon as possible, he wanted to take this chance to train himself, especially since he rarely encounters a powerful opponent like the spirit. As for the spirit, she knew very well what Yuan was trying to do, but she didn't care about it, as this was her first time being summoned since the creation of the Nameless Emperor's tomb, and as a battle junkie herself, she wanted the fight to last as long as possible. However, she eventually couldn't be satisfied with their current pace, so she began increasing her power and speed to make things more entertaining. If I increase the pace by another 15%, would he be able to keep up? The spirit wondered inwardly. But before she could even decide, Yuan suddenly decided to speed up the pace by another 20%. This caught the spirit by surprise, causing her to miss one of Yuan's strikes for the first time. Crack! The tip of Yuan's sword only managed to brush against her mask, but due to the sword aura surrounding the blade, it damaged the mask just enough to cut a portion off. The spirit stopped fighting and stood still after she realized what had just happened. You little bastard! How dare you damage my mask? The spirit spoke in a cold voice before she proceeded to remove the rest of the mask, revealing her face to the crowd. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after seeing her face, and he subconsciously muttered, Li Jin Xi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1148 Jin Xi. Chapter 1148 Jin Xi. To say Yuan was surprised to see Li Jin Xi's face behind the mask of the female spirit would be an understatement. Huh? Yuan stared at her with a baffled face. Your name is Li Jin Xi? Yuan asked for confirmation. After snapping out of it, he said, You're mistaken. I don't know you, but you do resemble someone that I know, and even your name is quite similar. Yuan immediately got into position and prepared to clash with her again. Despite that, almost nobody there knew what they were sensing, and only those from the upper heavens had an idea. Poison Phoenix gritted her teeth in frustration. Even though she doesn't have enhanced sword aura herself, she was experienced enough to understand it when she senses it. Seeing Yuan's dazed face, a cheeky smile appeared on Jin Xi's face, and she spoke, Don't tell me this is enough to make you quit? Hardly. Yuan chuckled before activating his own enhanced sword aura, but since had only recently learned it, it was a little inferior to Jin Xi's enhanced sword aura. Someone from the third heaven really managed to comprehend enhanced sword aura? If had been born in the supreme heaven, just how terrifying would he be right now? He wondered inwardly. Clang! When the spectators noticed that their clothes were being cut by an invisible force, they immediately started running away from the stage. Ha ha ha. This is what I am talking about. Jin Xi's laughter echoed loudly. Jin Xi's movement would become faster and faster, and her sword techniques would become sharper and fiercer. Because of this, Jin Xi would land a few hits on him, but his injuries would heal almost instantly. The two of them would continue at this pace for a few more hours. Even though Jin Xi was seriously trying to win at this moment, she couldn't deal any significant damage to Yuan, and it only got harder to hit him as time passed, as Yuan was improving at a rapid rate. I think it's about time that we end this. Thank you for the training, Jin Xi. Yuan said to her before his aura exploded. Perhaps Jin Xi had the power to defeat Yuan, but because she was only a mere spirit, her strength was limited, and she was destined to be defeated by Yuan today. Jin Xi's face was filled with disbelief for her last few moments before her body disappeared into thin air. I should have asked her about her relationship with my incarnation before I defeated her. He sighed inwardly after realizing this missed chance. He turned around, and to his surprise, Jin Xi had reappeared again. Indeed, you have passed the trial. Jin Xi confirmed. Is there a reason why I cannot be here? She responded with a question. In the first place, don't compare me with the other spirits. I have a consciousness of my own, even if it's artificial. Jin Xi then said. She nodded, something like that. No, I still have some questions for you, after all. Yuan smiled. Everybody there watched as Jin Xi, a spirit, left the platform for the first time. As they both approached the sword temple, a group of figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere to block their path. Hello? Yuan said to the group with raised eyebrows as he wondered what they wanted from him. Renewal, C1149 Poison Phoenix. Chapter 1149 Poison Phoenix, can I help you? Yuan asked the group of beauties standing before him. Yuan raised his eyebrows. This caught the girl who just spoke off guard. I am Tang Meili, one of 4 dragons and phoenixes, also known as Poison Phoenix. You've heard of us, right? Yes, I have heard about you guys before. So, how can I help you, Poison Phoenix? And she continued, anyways, my Tang family happens to be hiring more servants. Although you don't really qualify at this moment, I'm willing to make an exception. Become my servant. After snapping out of it, he chuckled, are you always like this? Yuan showed a daring smile, there you go again. How can you say such words with such a calm face? There should be a limit to one's arrogance. Even if you came from the upper heavens, you don't own everyone here, so don't act and speak like you do. How dare you? You think you're untouchable just because you are a little talented? I'll show you. The girls with Tang Meili exploded with anger before she could even respond. It was Long Chen. Calm down. I will calm down after I cut off his tongue. One of the girls said as she leaped forward and swung her weapon at Yuan's face. Long Chen quickly reacted by deflecting the attack. Ah! The girl who clashed with him was sent flying backwards. Let's attack him together. Even he cannot defeat all of us while his cultivation is restricted to Spirit King. Someone suggested. The place became silent again. Humph, Tang Meili sneered at his words, and she said, I don't have any business with you today, Silver Dragon. Long Chen didn't try to stop her since he didn't feel any killing intent from her, but he still kept an eye on her just in case. I will only ask you this one time. Are you sure you don't want to serve me? My Tang family is one of the top 10 families in the Supreme Heaven. Although you will only be a servant, nobody would dare to mess with you. If you put in enough work, you might even be allowed to learn our family techniques. Thank you for the offer, but I will have to refuse. Yuan responded without needing to think about it. When she opened them, they were resolute and emitted a ruthless aura. Tang Meili's words implied that she was going to destroy him, but she didn't do that and simply turned around and began walking away. I'm not the type that enjoys stepping on ants, but I will kill him if he ever dares to step foot in the Supreme Heaven. Tang Meili said in a cold voice. Yuan looked at her with slightly widened eyes and said, "You're going to let them attack me? What kind of guide are you?" Yuan turned to look at Long Chen, who was silently smiling at him. Long Chen shrugged, "I can't speak for everyone, but that's how many people in the Supreme Heaven view those from a lower realm. After all, even beggars up there have a higher cultivation than everyone down here." Though, the poison phoenix showed a lot of restraint back there. Normally, she'd kill anyone that dares to talk back to her. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face as he replied, "Of course, you're all nothing but ants in my eyes." "In your current state?" "Yes, you are. I don't mean to sound conceited, but even with my cultivation restricted, I can easily crush you with a single finger. You may have potential, but that's all you are right now, potential." Long Chen continued, "You are probably thinking that you have a few cards up your sleeve since I haven't seen you fight at 100%, but the same goes for you." Long Chen was slightly shaken when he noticed Yuan's unwavering eyes. However, before he could even say anything, Yuan had already left his side and entered the sword temple. Since he has yet to pass the sword trial, Long Chen could only watch as Yuan's back disappeared into the building. C1150 Sword Temple. Chapter 1150 Sword Temple. As I thought, it's dangerous for me to be around these people from the upper heavens. They're nothing but trouble. Yuan sighed inwardly as he entered the sword temple with Jin Xi. What kind of place is the sword temple? This seems different from what I've read about. Yuan asked out loud. Even if he couldn't see her, he could feel Jin's eyes' presence beside him. Yuan didn't say anything else and proceeded to wait for something to happen. However, when nothing happened even a few minutes later, he spoke again. "So, what am I waiting for? Should have said so earlier." Yuan sighed. "Hey, can I ask you some questions?" Yuan decided to start a conversation while they waited. "The one you address as Master, is he the creator of this tomb?" He was pretty confident he already knew the answer to this question, but he wanted to be sure. She spoke in a bragging manner. "Servant? What an outrageous assumption, you asshole. What made you think I was serving him?" "I call him Master because I am his disciple," she exclaimed, sounding quite offended. Yuan was surprised. He didn't expect to have disciples in his past life. Though, if he thought about it, it wasn't too shocking. No. Master wasn't the type to stay in one place for long. He's always traveling. Even if he did, he wasn't exactly sect master material. Then how did you end up as his disciple? Jin Xi fell silent for some reason. Then tell me about him. What kind of person was he? Yuan asked. And she continued, "First of all, where did you get that sword from the sword trial? So you even know its name. Is that so? And it accepted you as its master, right? Who are you, really?" She then asked. "Don't give me that shit again. Your real name? Earth? Never heard of it." As ridiculous as it sounded, Jin Xi didn't call him a liar, almost as if she knew. "Fate brought me here, I think." "What's wrong?" Yuan asked. "Really? Can you tell me about him? The creator of this place is shrouded with countless mysteries, after all." "Well, you do now." Yuan smiled inwardly. Master learned sword aura at a young age and mastered enhanced sword aura before he even turned 30, earning him the title of Godly Sword Emperor. He is also the first and only person to have ever reached the level of whatever is beyond enhanced sword aura. Did something happen? Yuan decided to dig deeper. "Is that so? Then do you know why he created this place?" "Master's thoughts are too profound for someone like me. All I am good for is swinging the sword." He wanted to say something, but his attention was stolen by a white glow that had suddenly appeared in the distance. "You're about to find out," she said. The white glow that started out as a small dot quickly expanded until it consumed all of the void, turning the entire place white. Thud. 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 Jean's eyes slowly widened as she recognized this familiar sound. Master. The masked man stopped in front of Yuan. Welcome to the Sword Temple, he said. Chapter 1151. Published at 17th of March 2023 7:13 and 39 seconds AM. Chapter 1151. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1151. Divine Gaze. So, what are you going to make me do now? Yuan asked the masked man, who stood before them with his hands clasped behind his back. However, the masked man didn't say anything and merely took a seat in the lotus position, and he would remain as still as a rock without uttering a single sound for the next few minutes. This caused Yuan to raise his eyebrows. He wasn't sure what he was waiting for or how long this would take. Are we still waiting for something to happen? He decided to ask Jin Xi, who looked at him with a slight frown. Seriously? The trial has already started, she said, taking him by surprise. What? Where? What's the rules? He continued asking. Jin Xi pointed at the masked man and said, figure it out yourself. After saying that, she returned to staring at the masked man's figure with an admiring expression on her pretty face, looking like a little girl before her idol. Yuan no longer bothered with her and also took a seat. What am I supposed to do? I don't sense anything from him. He wondered to himself as he stared at the masked man, pondering about the trial. The masked man had no aura, his breathing was so subtle that it was almost non-existent, almost as though he was on the verge of death. Many minutes later, still having no idea about the trial, Yuan turned to his companions for assistance. Do you guys know what is happening here? No idea. Feng Yuxiang responded without hesitation. I also don't know. Lan Yingying shook her head inwardly. Xiao Hua's response took a little longer. Although he seems to be cultivating, the spiritual energy around him is completely still, so that's not possible. Perhaps he is training sword aura. Xiao Hua can't tell because she cannot sense it. That's what I thought at first as well, but I cannot sense an ounce of sword aura from his body. Yuan shook his head. He began walking in circles around the masked man as he pondered more about the Sword Temple's purpose. However, no matter how much he racked his brains, he was unable to grasp the situation. Eventually, Jin Xi snapped, "Stop pacing around, master, like he's some kind of object at an exhibit. Show some respect. You're also disturbing me by blocking my view." Yuan shrugged, "What can I do? He's literally left no clue about this trial, and I cannot figure it out." Jin Xi facepalmed and sighed, "Why did the master even show himself to an idiot like you? That's quite harsh. But can you really blame me here? This trial is different for everyone, so it's not like I can prepare for this." After sighing again, Jin Xi spoke, "Listen up, I will only say this once. What you're doing right now is pointless. You'll never get anywhere even in a million years at your current pace. If you want to understand the situation, stop looking at the surface and start looking deeper. Stop looking at the surface and look deeper." Yuan repeated in a mumbling voice. He turned to look at the masked man again. His breathing. The sound of his heartbeat, Yuan suddenly entered a trance where he was completely focused on the masked man, paying attention to the pace of his breathing and even the rhythm of his heartbeats. However, Yuan felt that wasn't enough, but he didn't know how to look deeper. Then, almost as though an invisible lightning bolt had struck him and gave him divine epiphany, Yuan subconsciously started using divine sense in a new way. Normally, one expands their divine sense outwards to see as much and as far as possible, but Yuan did the opposite and condensed his divine sense until it only had the masked man in its sight, allowing him to see the masked man like he was looking through a microscope. Unfortunately, he was only still able to see the exterior. Immediately, Yuan tried something different. This time, he condensed his divine sense even more, and he used it to enhance his own eyes. Yuan's eyes quickly widened with surprise. I can see everything. From his muscles to the bones. I can even count his blood cells individually. Divine gaze, rank, divine, description, allows you to see the world in its purest form, divine gaze. What a powerful technique. Yuan mumbled out loud. Jin Xi raised her eyebrows and spoke, huh? You just learned how to use divine gaze? That's right. He nodded. How surprising. Given your talents, I thought you already learned it. Guess I overestimated you a little. Anyways, don't get too happy just yet. Learning divine gaze isn't the true purpose of this trial. It isn't? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. And since he still had divine gaze activated, he accidentally glimpsed at Jin's eyes' bountiful body for a brief second before it stopped working before he could even deactivate it. Che. Jin Xi sucked her teeth in a disdainful manner. The first thing you do after learning divine gaze is to peek at a maiden's body? You're the worst. I didn't do that on purpose. Yuan quickly apologized to her. Then he asked, by the way, did you block my divine gaze? I cannot see through you even though it's still activated. Just like how you can use your divine sense to block others' divine sense if you have superior soul strength, you can block others' divine gaze with divine sense. After all, divine gaze is essentially divine sense, and they both require soul strength. The only reason you can use divine gaze on Master is because of the nature of this trial, so don't think for a second it'll work on everyone, especially those stronger than you. Jin Xi lectured him. I see, anyways, you're still in the middle of the trial. Don't disturb me again until you're done. After saying that, Jin Xi returned to staring at the masked man. Now that he learned divine gaze, Yuan realized that she'd been using it on the masked man this entire time. This realization sent shivers down his entire body since she was technically looking at him, but he decided to ignore it and return to focusing on the trial. Chapter 1152. Published at 19th of March 2023 6:09 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 1152. 1152 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1152 Sword Body. After turning away from Jin Xi, Yuan returned to focusing on the masked man with divine gaze. Very quickly, he realized something. This is. His muscles and bones are enveloped in sword aura. Yuan cried inwardly after realizing this. However, that was just the beginning. No. Even his blood cells are enveloped in sword aura. How is that possible? He exclaimed out loud, his eyes filled with interest. Did Brother Yuan just say his blood is enveloped by sword aura? Xiao Hua's voice resounded a second later. Yes. It seems like everything inside his body, from his muscles to his blood cells, are covered in sword aura. Yuan confirmed. Do you know what is going on, Xiao Hua? He then asked. He has achieved what is known as a sword body. This is only possible when one unifies the very essence of sword aura with their own body. Only those with extreme understanding of sword aura and talent could achieve a sword body. Since ancient times, there has never been more than 10 sword masters that have achieved a sword body at any given time within the entire 9 heavens, and less than 100 sword masters have ever achieved this state. Xiao Hua explained to him. Is that so? A sword body, huh? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Then he realized something. Wait. Does this mean that he's telling me to achieve a sword body right now? How am I even supposed to do that? If he's your incarnation, you should be able to achieve it, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. How long does it usually take for one to achieve a sword body? Assuming they have what it takes to even achieve it. Lin Yingying asked out of curiosity. Hard to say, but nobody would be surprised even if it took those with a sword body over 10,000 years to achieve it. That's just how extremely rare they are. Over 10,000 years? Yuan swallowed nervously upon hearing this. Even if he was a genius, this trial will probably take him a long time to complete. Hopefully, he'll finish it before the tomb closes. Xiao Hua, do you know the process of attaining a sword body? He asked her the most important question. Sorry, Brother Yuan, but there is very little information about sword bodies in general. Unless you learn from those with a sword body, nobody can really say for sure what it takes to achieve it. No worries. I guess I'll start by unifying my sword aura with my body, at least try to. And without saying anything, Yuan took a seat in front of the masked man and began inspecting his body again with divine gaze. However, even after staring for many minutes, Yuan still didn't know where to start. How do I even unify my sword aura with my body? Which part of my body do I start from? Eventually, Yuan just started by releasing his sword aura, enveloping his entire body with it. The sword aura would gush outwards, even creating ripples, but no matter what he tried, Yuan couldn't get it to go inside his body. Minutes turned into hours, and hours quickly turned into days. Within a blink of an eye, 6 days have passed since Yuan entered the sword temple. What's going on inside? It's almost been a week since he went inside. Most people come out after a day or two. I hope nothing happened to him. Tian Yanyu sighed in a worried tone while her eyes were glued to the sword temple, unwilling to look away until she saw Yuan's handsome face come out. Have you not been watching him for the last few trials? You should know by now that he's not the type to die easily. Save your worry for something that's actually worth worrying about. Her mother shook her head. Despite sounding cold, she also showed her confidence in Yuan with such words. I know, but I cannot help but worry. You sound like his mother. Heck, since when were you the type to worry so much about others? Are you really my daughter? Where did my selfish and cheeky little brat go? Her mother looked at her with suspicious eyes. What are you talking about? Do you have any idea how much he's helped our family? The least I can do is worry about him. Helping our family? Everything he's done up to this point was mostly for you. I'm actually shocked that he hasn't outright proposed to you yet. Tian Yanyu's face immediately flushed with redness. If they looked at it from that point of view, Yuan's action would make more sense to them. But to be fair, there's no way anybody would have guessed Yuan's true reason for helping them. In fact, even if Yuan told them, they wouldn't have believed him. A full week eventually passed. He wants to achieve a sword body before the tomb closes in less than half a year? Humph. Not even the master could do such a thing, much less this greenhorn. Master was considered as the #1 genius in the 9 heavens during his era, and it still took him a little over 100 years to achieve his sword body. Jin Xi sneered inwardly at Yuan's ambition and ignorance. Shortly afterward, Jin's eyes gradually widened as she watched the masked man suddenly open his eyes and stand up, before walking behind Yuan and sitting down again. What is Master doing all of a sudden? She wondered inwardly. Yuan wasn't aware of the masked man's movements, as he was too absorbed in his own thoughts, almost as though he was in trance. Meanwhile, after taking a seat, the masked man lifted both of his arms and gently placed his palms behind Yuan's back, looking as though he was trying to help Yuan cultivate. It can't be. Don't tell me he's trying to. Jin Xi almost couldn't believe her eyes. Moments after the masked man's action, Yuan's sword aura that was gushing outward gradually began to weaken. However, if one had divine gaze, they would be able to tell that the sword aura was actually permeating into Yuan's body. And Master's guiding him. But why? Jin Xi exclaimed inwardly, her jaw dropped. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1153. Published at 23rd of March 2023 6:57 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 1153. 1153 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1153 Sword Body 2. What's happening? It suddenly feels like I know how to unite sword aura with my body. Yuan was surprised when his sword aura began entering his body. It also felt like he was being guided by someone, but he still wasn't aware of the masked man helping him. However, he didn't think too much about it and continued to follow the guidance, slowly combining his sword aura with his body. Time passed quickly, and within the blink of an eye, half a month has passed since Yuan entered the sword temple. He's still inside, huh? It's been too long. Did something happen to him inside? Long Chen pondered. He came out of the Sword Temple 3 days after Yuan entered the place and has been waiting for him to come out since then. As far as I am aware, the Sword Temple isn't a dangerous place and nobody has died inside before, so what is he doing inside? He wasn't too worried about it, especially when he recalled how long Yuan took in the Sword Pagoda. Eventually, another half of a month passed with Yuan nowhere to be seen. It has been an entire month now since he entered the Sword Temple. During this time, rumors about Yuan dying inside the Sword Temple have spread throughout the Endless Emperor's tomb. This greatly shocked everyone, mostly because they all believed that the Sword Temple was a safe zone where one couldn't die. Many were also filled with pity knowing that a peerless genius had passed away in such an unfortunate manner. I don't believe it. There's no way Xiao Yang died inside. He is still alive. He must be. Tian Yenyu refused to believe the rumors. No matter what you believe, it won't change the fact that he's been inside for a month now. We have less than 4 months left before the tomb closes. If we stop wasting our time and leave now, we can still regroup with the others. I refuse. I will not move from this spot until Xiao Yang comes back out. Tian Yenyu exclaimed with a stubborn face. Her mother could only silently shake her head. Meanwhile, inside the Sword Temple, Yuan was still being guided by the masked man. After a month of constant assistance, his sword aura is almost fully unified with his body. Even someone as tremendously talented as Yuan required the help of his incarnation and a month to reach this point, proving how ridiculously difficult it was to acquire a sword body. However, in the eyes of Jin Xi, his progress was still unbelievably fast. Even with Master's help, he's managed to reach this point in such a short amount of time. This kind of talent is unheard of. Several more hours later, the masked man finally lowered his arms and stood up. Is it done? Did he achieve a sword body? Jin Xi used her divine gaze to look at Yuan's physique. This bastard. He really did it. He really achieved a sword body at that age. Jin Xi muttered in a shaky voice, her body trembling as well. At this moment, Yuan's sword aura could not be sensed, almost as though it did not exist. However, if one were to look inside his body, they would see that all of his internal organs and muscles are being protected by sword aura. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the bonuses he gained from having a sword body. Being immune to sword aura and other weapon auras could even be considered overpowered. You better thank the master for his assistance. If it weren't for him guiding you, you would have never achieved a sword body. Jin Xi suddenly said. So that feeling was because of you, huh? Thanks. The masked man then said, take out your sword. Yuan nodded and retrieved his Empyrean overlord. When he held onto the sword, it felt like the sword had melded into his hand, almost as if it had become his arm. Now attack me with everything you've got, he continued. Sure thing. Yuan said without any hesitation since he wasn't worried about killing the masked man. After taking a deep breath, Yuan swung the sword at the masked man without using any sword techniques. However, the force coming from the strike was immense and wouldn't lose to when he used an ancient rank sword technique before acquiring a sword body. This greatly surprised Yuan, who did not expect such prowess coming from a normal sword slash. Despite that, the masked man managed to catch his sword, and had done it with 2 fingers. Yuan wasn't too surprised by this and asked, satisfied? For now. At your current level, you will be able to handle the inner areas without too many problems. Speaking of the inner area, that is where I plan on going next. The masked man nodded and turned to look at Jin Xi, who quickly straightened her body. Take her with you. She'll be your guide, but don't expect her to protect you from the dangers within. I know. Yuan smiled. And thank you, Jin Xi. It's a pleasure that I could be of use to you again, Master. She smiled brightly. However, Yuan could feel a sense of sorrow coming from the masked man, which made him curious about their relationship even more. Hey, what's your relationship with her? He had to ask. Calm, if you really want to know, you can ask her. I already did, but she refused. The masked man merely shrugged in silence. Anyways, it's about time for you to leave. You have been here for a month already, after all. What? A month? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. He must have experienced another enlightenment since it doesn't feel that long for him. Then I will teleport you two out now. The masked man waved his sleeve, sending them away. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1154 Entering the Inner Areas. Chapter 1154 Entering the Inner Areas. After being teleported out of the Sword Temple, Yuan found himself standing at the entrance of the building. I hope I didn't inconvenience the Tian family too much by being gone for so long without any explanation. Yuan quickly rushed outside as he activated his divine sense, hoping to find Tian Yenyu and her mother. Sure enough, he found them standing not too far away from the Sword Temple. He immediately rushed over after seeing them. X Xiaoyang. Tian Yenyu was the first to notice him since she had been staring at the Sword Temple this entire time. You're alive. I knew it. She was clearly overjoyed to see him again. I am really sorry. I had an enlightenment in the Sword Temple and lost track of time. He immediately lowered his head and apologized to them. You had an enlightenment. Tian Xuyan's eyes widened upon hearing that. No wonder why it took you so long to come back out. And congratulations on your enlightenment. Even the elders at my sect have never experienced one. You're too amazing, Xiaoyang. Tian Yanyu's eyes shone with excitement. Tian Xuyan's eyebrows twitched at such words, as she was also a sect elder. Sorry for not being part of the 1% that experienced enlightenment, and sorry for not being amazing. The irritation in her voice was obvious. Sorry. I didn't mean to mock you. Tian Yenyu quickly realized her mistake and apologized. If they knew that this wasn't Yuan's first or even second enlightenment, who knows how they would react. Sometime later, Yuan spoke with a guilty look on his face. I really hope you guys haven't been waiting for me this entire time. Humph. I told her we should just regroup with the others after waiting for 2 weeks, but this stubborn girl kept refusing, so yes, we have been waiting here for an entire month. Tian Xuyan said. Tian Yanyu's face flushed with redness as she silently nodded. Yuan felt incredibly guilty for making these two ladies wait an entire month for him, so he decided to postpone entering the inner area to help them a little more. I was going to enter the inner areas after this, but I will hold that off for a little longer. Do you guys have any specific places that you wish to visit? I will take you there as an apology, he said to them. P&DD. 1. You really don't have, I do. Tian Xuyan interrupted. Yuan smiled at her. Where would you like to go? I have always been interested in this place, but due to it being at the edge of the inner area, I never really had the courage to go. However, now that we have a monster like you with us, I think it's possible. And she continued, it's a place called Sword Graveyard, where thousands of powerful swords are rooted into the ground. Rumors are that each sword has a powerful sword technique hidden within, meaning that there could be potentially thousands of sword techniques to be learned there. Oh, I read about that place. I wanted to go there, as well. Yuan said. Then it's settled. Let's go there now. Though, I don't really know how to get there since it's not near this area. Tian Xuyan said. Yuan turned to look at Jin Xi and asked her, do you mind showing us the way? You're a guide, so you should be able to do that at the very least, right? Yes, I don't mind showing you the way to the sword graveyard. She nodded with a nonchalant face. Wait. She's coming with us as well? Isn't she a spirit from the trial? Is that even allowed? Tian Yenyu asked. Yuan nodded, she's a special case. It'll be even more reassuring if she's coming with us. Tian Xuyan smiled. Oh, she won't protect us even if we are in danger. She's just a guide. Yuan quickly said. He didn't want them to have the wrong idea later on when she refuses to protect them. Is that so? What a pity. Anyways, it shouldn't be too dangerous since it's going to be on the edge of the inner area. They left the Sword Temple shortly after. You know, there's a rumor going around claiming that you have died inside the Sword Temple. Tian Yenyu said to Yuan as they traveled. I'm not surprised. Yuan chuckled. A week of traveling later, they arrived at the border of the Nameless Emperor's tomb's inner area. This should be obvious, but the inner area is nothing like the outer area. It's much more dangerous with many more magic beasts and other entities roaming around. The trials will also be more brutal. Less than 1% of people who enter the inner area make it back out alive. Jin Xi warned them. Other entities, huh? Yuan mumbled. By entities, she's probably talking about demons. Tian Suyin said. Oh, right, I read about this before, but I didn't care about it since I never imagined entering the inner areas. Tian Yenyu sighed. Unfortunately, they are not something even you can handle, Xiao Yang. We must run if we encounter one. Tian Suyin said to him, unaware of his demon-slaying expertise. Ho! They must be really strong then. I can't wait to fight one. I like a good challenge, after all. Yuan decided to play dumb and act like he's never encountered a demon before. Are you even listening to me? Unless you know demons' sealing techniques, it's nigh impossible to kill them because of their immortality. I do not want to repeat myself again, we must run if we encounter one. Tian Suyin spoke with a frown on her face. If it's Xiao Yang, maybe he can kill them. Tian Yenyu said, showing her absolute trust in his abilities. Tian Suyin face-bombed at her daughter's blind trust in Yuan. Whatever. If you really want to fight it, I won't stop you, but I will also not stay to fight it with you. I am not reckless, after all. Of course. Yuan nodded with a smile. C1155 What Just Happened? Chapter 1155 What Just Happened? Yuan and the others stepped into the inner area of the tomb after mentally preparing themselves. The second their feet touched the ground in the inner area, they felt the atmosphere instantly change, and it suddenly felt as though they'd entered another world, a world that is filled with death and a place that humans don't belong. This is worse than I thought. Tian Suyin muttered as she subconsciously pinched her nose to avoid the smell. What the? Where did this stench come from? It wasn't there just a second ago. Tian Yenyu was baffled. You cannot see it, but the inner area and the outer area are separated by an invisible boundary. In fact, they can be considered as their own world. Jin Xi said. No wonder. Tian Yenyu mumbled. You guys should block the smell with your spiritual energy. Yuan said to them. Calm, no need to state the obvious. I was just surprised by how sudden it was. Tian Suyin said with a slightly rosy face as she stopped pinching her nose. They followed Jin Xi deeper into the area shortly after, entering a heavily forested area. Everything seemed normal for the first several minutes, but Yuan suddenly stopped walking and said, Careful, there's a demon coming our way. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't sense any, Jin Xi said, halting her sentence halfway through. No way. There's really a demon approaching us. How did you sense it before me? Jin Xi was pretty proud of her own sharp senses. Unfortunately for her, no matter how sharp her senses are, they would never defeat Yuan when it comes to sensing demons. In fact, Yuan could sense multiple demons in their area with some of them being hundreds of miles away. What are you waiting for? Do you really plan on fighting a demon? I'm telling you, they are far more terrifying than whatever you're imaging right now. We need to leave right now. Tian Suyin exclaimed in a nervous manner when she noticed that Yuan didn't seem to have any intention of running. We'll be fine. Yuan reassured her, but his words didn't sound convincing at all. Forget it. Yenyu, we're leaving him behind. If he wants to die that badly, well, grant his wish. She quickly gave up on trying to convince Yuan and went to grab Tian Yanyu's hand. However, Tian Yanyu didn't budge despite her pulling. Yanyu. What do you think you are doing? Tian Suyin looked at her with wide eyes filled with disbelief. I'm going to stay here with Xiaoyang. Tian Yanyu responded in a low voice with a subtle smile. Have you really gone mad? It was at this moment that Tian Suyin realized that Tian Yanyu was no longer the daughter she knew, as she has drastically changed since meeting Yuan. You should calm down a bit, little girl. Jin Xi suddenly spoke, causing Tian Suyin to freeze. Little girl. Tian Suyin almost couldn't believe her ears. This was her first time being called a little girl by someone who looked to be in her early 20s. Although it may not seem like it, I am actually over 100,000 years old, at least before I died. Jin Xi smiled. Really? Even Yuan reacted with surprise when he learned of this information. Tian Suyin was only 300 years old herself. If one compared their age, they would understand why Tian Suyin would only be a little girl in Jin's eyes. Anyways, if you want to leave, you can leave. Though, I think your worries are unnecessary. Jin Xi then said. However, before Tian Suyin could say anything else, a terrorizing pressure appeared in their area, causing her body to freeze from fear. And from the edge of her eyes, Tian Suyin could see a red figure walking towards their direction. It's over. She cried inwardly. That's a demon. Mother was right. It's reckless to even attempt fighting them. Tian Yanyu fell on her buttocks after sensing the astronomical amount of killing intent being emitted by the demon. Just its gaze alone snapped Tian Yanyu back to being clear-headed. You think you can kill it? It's too late to run now. Jin Xi looked at Yuan with a cheeky smile on her face. If you beg me to help you, I just might disturb the demon for a moment, she continued. Yuan chuckled, thanks, but no thanks. He summoned his Empyrean overlord and began walking towards the demon in a slow and relaxed manner. This made Yuan recall his first encounter with a demon, but he was not as naive and weak as he was back then. Foolish human. The demon uttered in a mocking tone after seeing that Yuan was approaching it instead of running away. P&DD 1. A lowly demon, I don't even have to use my demon's sealing aura to deal with you. Like the lowly demon it immediately lost control of its temper and forcefully rushed at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan pointed his sword at the incoming demon. The demon suddenly vanished into thin air the very next second. This befuddled Tian Suyin and Tian Yanyu, who had no idea what had just happened. What just happened? Tian Suyin asked in a dazed voice. He killed it. Jin Xi answered after a brief moment of silence. What? Both Tian Suyin and Tian Yanyu exclaimed. Jin Xi then explained, he surrounded the demon with enhanced sword aura just now, shredding its body into pieces so small that it can't be seen with just one's bare eyes. But he didn't stop there and continued to cut the demon until its last cell was destroyed. After all, a demon can fully regenerate from even a single blood cell. Tian Suyin swallowed nervously after hearing Jin Xi's explanation, but she doubted if something like that was even possible. Is something like that really possible? Tian Yanyu asked what was on her mother's mind. Can it be done? Of course, since it just happened right before your eyes. However, it requires one to have perfect control over their own sword aura and a tremendous amount of sword aura, and missing either one will make it impossible, something 99% of sword masters cannot replicate. Jin Xi said. C1156 Sword Graveyard. Chapter 1156 Sword Graveyard. So that was a demon, huh? They're not as strong as I thought. Yuan said, still putting up the act that this was his first encounter with a demon. However, Tian Suyin immediately saw through his act and pointed at him and shouted, "Why you think this is funny? There's no way that was your first fight with a demon since you clearly knew about its regeneration abilities, or else you wouldn't have done something so ridiculous as your first move." Yuan smiled at her remarks and asked, "Even if I told you that I have the ability to kill them, would you have believed me?" That's. Tian Suin immediately became speechless, as there was no way that she'd have believed him. "You're really full of surprises, Xiao Yang," Tian Yenyu said with a dazed face. "Not only have you encountered them, you seem very experienced with fighting them. Where'd you learn that, HM?" Jin Xi looked at him with an intrigued gaze. "I will tell you if you tell me your relationship with the masked man." Yuan smiled at her. Why do you care so much about my relationship with another man? Are you jealous?" She laughed. Tian Yenyu stared at Yuan intensively. Yuan shrugged. "Will you tell me if I admit that I am jealous?" "No," she immediately replied. Yuan merely shook his head in silence before speaking. "Anyways, let's continue." They started moving again shortly after. "Xiao Yang, are you really jealous?" Tian Yenyu asked him using divine sense. "Huh? No way. Then why do you care so much?" "To tell you the truth, I have some connections to the masked man, so I was just interested." "What?" Tian Yenyu exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this. "Why are you suddenly shouting?" Tian Suin frowned. Sorry." Jin Xi glanced at them. She contemplated listening in on their conversation, but knowing Yuan's ability, had easily realized it. "Keep it a secret, okay?" Yuan chuckled. "Of course. But how do you know the masked man? Isn't he the creator of this place?" "I don't actually know him. Sorry, I don't know how to explain it. It's complicated. After all, it wasn't as if he could say that he was the masked man's reincarnation." "Is that so?" Despite her curiosity, Tian Yenyu didn't pursue the topic any longer. After walking for a little longer, Tian Yenyu suddenly asked, "Hey. I just noticed this, but why are we walking? Wouldn't it be faster if we flew there? If you wish to be spotted easily by demons and magical beasts, by all means, I don't mind flying." Jin Xi said. This quickly made Tian Yenyu speechless. "Actually, never mind. I was being too short-sighted," she apologized in an embarrassed manner. "Wait a second." Yuan suddenly jumped in, and he continued, "That's actually not a bad idea. Time is precious in this place, after all. Don't worry, I will deal with any danger that we encounter." Normally, this is where Tian Suin objects and starts calling him reckless. However, after what she witnessed before, she realized that Yuan was not the reckless type and that he had the power to back up his confidence. "Since nobody is objecting, let's start flying now," Jin Xi said as she ascended into the sky. Literally not even 5 minutes later, Yuan could sense demons approaching them. "Calm, be careful, we have 3 guests," Yuan calmly warned them. 3? Tian Suin exclaimed. "Don't worry, they are all low-ranking demons. I can deal with them with closed eyes." "This guy." Tian Suin was speechless. "Hoo-hoo." An excited voice suddenly resounded from a distance. "It's been over 100 years since I last tasted humans. Lucky me." The 3 demons laughed merrily as they surrounded Yuan's group. Tian Suin and Tian Yenyu subconsciously moved closer to Yuan when they felt the demons scanning their bodies with starved eyes. "Let's feast." One of the demons suddenly rushed forward. Yuan raised his arm and pointed at the incoming demon before unleashing his sword aura. Almost instantly, the demon's body was shredded until there was nothing left. This shocked the other 2 demons, who had no idea what had just happened. And while they were scrambling to make sense of the situation, Yuan unleashed his sword aura for a second time, killing another demon. The remaining demon trembled, and with hesitation, it turned around and began flying away at maximum speed. "Where do you think you are going?" Yuan sent his sword aura chasing after the fleeing demon. The demon could feel the lower part of its body quickly being consumed by the sword aura, but it could not run any faster. In the end, its life also perished to the sword aura. Pa, Dien. C. M. After dealing with the 3 demons as though it was nothing but a walk in the park, Yuan sighed in a disappointed voice. "It's a pity that I can only target one of them at a time right now." Tian Suin looked at him with a baffled face. Is there anything that he can't do? She wondered inwardly. Let's continue, shall we? Yuan smiled at them, acting like nothing had just happened. Eventually, they arrived at the sword graveyard. It took them nearly half a month, and they had encountered over 100 demons on their way there. One of you here must be a demon magnet, Jin Xi said, because of their abnormal number of encounters with demons. Yuan could only show a stiff smile regarding her remarks. So this is the sword graveyard, huh? It exceeds my imagination. Tian Suin mumbled, her face full of delight, almost like a child at an amusement park for their first time. Before her was a large field with thousands of unique swords plunged into the ground, invoking a sense of both awe and sadness. The sheer number of swords was overwhelming, and it made Tian Suin wonder why this place existed. Had these swords been discarded? Is this truly a burial ground for swords? Or is there a deeper meaning for this place? All these swords. What a waste. Tian Suin sighed. As someone who walked the path of a sword master, this sword graveyard was a sorrowful sight. When Yuan first laid eyes on the sword graveyard, his body froze, and for some inexplicable reason, he started feeling many emotions that he could not explain. Chapter 1157. Published at 27th of March 2023 3:35 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 1157, Chapter 1157 Sword Graveyard, 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1157 Sword Graveyard, 2. X Xiaoyang? Are you okay? Tian Yenyu asked him when she noticed that he had tears in the corner of his eyes. However, almost as though he couldn't hear her, Yuan remained silent as he stared at the graveyard. Perhaps had recognized these swords. Even though he himself might not remember them, his soul remembers the time they had spent together. In his days, Yuan started to approach the sword graveyard, and it even looked like he wanted to reach for one of the swords there. When Tian Suin saw this, she immediately sprang into action and grabbed him by the collar before yanking him back. Whoa! This snapped Yuan out of his daze. Are you crazy? Tian Suin shouted at him afterward. You cannot touch these swords. Anyone that does so will face severe punishment. Really? Yuan expressed genuine surprise, as he didn't know about this. Many people have tried to take a sword from this place, but all of them have perished after being punished. Even immortals have died in this place, so no matter how talented you are, even you won't survive. Tian Suin explained. And she continued, the only thing we are allowed to do here is study these swords and hopefully learn something from it. Is that so? Sorry, and thank you for waking me up. I don't know what just happened to me. Yuan said. Are you okay? Tian Yenyu asked him again. Huh? What do you mean? Yuan asked with a puzzled face, still unaware that he had been crying just now. Tian Yenyu pointed at his eyes and said in a low voice, You're crying. What? Yuan quickly wiped his eyes, and sure enough, it was wet. Why did I? He muttered in a dazed voice. Jin Xi silently stared at Yuan with narrowed eyes, seeming in deep thoughts. PFT. That idiot really tried to take a sword from this place. Why did she have to stop him? It would have been a spectacular sight to see him get punished. Yuan suddenly heard voices that he was unfamiliar with, and they were laughing at him. He looked around, and it was at this moment that he realized they were not alone. Pan D. 1 COM. There were over 100 other people there at glance, which surprised him. I thought not many people dare to venture into the inner areas? He asked Tian Suin. Since this is just the border and the least dangerous area, many people risk their lives to come here, especially since the techniques they can learn in this place are at least divine rank. Is that so? Yuan didn't mind the mockery and acted as though they weren't even there. Anyways, now that we have arrived, I am going to study the swords. Yenyu, since this is a rare occasion, you should also try to learn something. We might not get another chance to come back here, after all. Tian Suyin said to her daughter. Okay. She nodded before turning to look at Yuan. What are you going to do? Since I am here, I might as well look around, too. He said. All right. Oh, how long do we plan on staying here? Yuan suddenly asked. Since you wasted a month of our time, it's only fair if we stay here for a month. However, I guess 2 weeks will do. Tian Suyin said, as she didn't want to take away too much of Yuan's time, despite her words. I understand. Then we will leave in 2 weeks. With that settled, Tian Suyin and Tian Yenyu immediately began wandering the sword graveyard. Like tombs in a graveyard, each sword had enough space between each other to allow people to surround it, so nobody there had to worry about fighting for spots. With that being said, some swords are especially popular and do become overcrowded at times. Oh, lucky me. There's a spot left for the Silvermoon Soul Blade. Tian Suyin was filled with joy when she noticed an empty spot at one of the most popular swords in the sword graveyard. The Silvermoon Soul Blade is a mythic grade sword, a treasure that normally wouldn't exist in the third heaven except for the Nameless Emperor's tomb, so its popularity was only natural. There were a total of 3 mystic grade swords in the sword graveyard, and they are usually packed to the brim with people, hence Tian Suyin's excitement. Meanwhile, Tian Yenyu settled with a random ancient grade sword that caught her eyes the moment she looked at it, almost as though she had a connection with it. Radiant Scarlet Blade. Tian Yenyu read the engraving on the sword's crimson blade. As for Yuan, he merely stood at the entrance of the sword graveyard. There were so many swords that he didn't know where to start. Eventually, he picked a random sword and sat before it. You guys can look around if you want. Yuan said to Xiao Hua and the others. I don't use the sword, so I am fine staying here. Lan Yingying said. Me too. Feng Yuxiang said. Xiao Hua will stay with you. Xiao Hua said. Yuan didn't say anything else and returned to focusing on the sword before him. Let's see what kind of technique you'll teach me. Yuan smiled inwardly. He started by using divine gaze on the sword, but nothing special happened, so he just started studying it normally. He would eventually enter a trance when images began appearing inside his mind. However, these images would not just teach him sword techniques. In addition to sword techniques, they were memories, his memories with this particular sword. The moment of their meeting, their journeys together, all of the enemies they have slain together. These memories lasted all the way till the end of their journey. Yuan was surprised at first, but he quickly calmed down and started to absorb these memories like a dry sponge with water. Since he had grown accustomed to being fed memories, he found the process to be quite pleasing, as it was like watching a movie of himself. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at Report Chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1158 Memories within the Sword Graveyard. Chapter 1158 Memories within the Sword Graveyard. 10 hours. Yuan had spent 10 hours in real time recalling his memories with the sword, but inside his mind, dozens of years have passed. Had fought thousands of enemies, traveled tens of thousands of miles, and eventually had to put the sword to rest when it had become too damaged to use. When Yuan snapped back into reality, he remained sitting there with a dazed look on his face, and tears were flowing down his cheeks. I remember now. I remember our time together. Starfall Saber. When Yuan uttered this familiar name, the sword before him suddenly began to tremble, almost as though it was responding to his call. However, it calmed down a few seconds later. In the end, this sword graveyard and all of the swords within was nothing more than an illusion, something the masked man had created from his memories. Despite that, the memories shown to Yuan by the sword were definitely very real. Are you okay, Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua asked him. Yes, I am fine. We might actually stay here a little longer than expected, he said, as had decided to retrieve all of his memories from the swords in this place. Sometime later, Yuan walked to the next sword. Since he was going to study all of them, he might as well start from the very first sword towards the entrance of the graveyard. Once he sat down before the sword, that red blood moon blade, Yuan would stare at the sword until his eyes slowly closed and images began appearing inside his head. Over the next week, Yuan would spend anywhere between 4 hours to an entire day with each sword. Thousands of years of experience and hundreds of unique sword techniques flooded Yuan's mind. Even though he was just recalling his memories with the swords, his sword mastery would increase drastically without needing to lift a sword. At the end of the second week, Yuan looked at how many swords were left in the sword graveyard and sighed. At this rate, it will take me years to go through every single sword here. As Yuan pondered about what he should do in this situation, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. "Get out of my spot, you bitch, Pa." Dien? Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Since when did this become your spot? Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this familiar voice. He could see Tian Suin arguing with another woman. Just now. A weak bitch like you should be grateful that you even got to study the Silvermoon Soul Blade for a minute. I will not ask you again. Move, or I will move you myself. You call me weak, yet you have a lower cultivation than me. How hilarious. Tian Suin sneered in a cold manner. The other woman laughed out loud. You have no idea who you're messing with. Darling. Come get this bitch out of my spot. The following moment, Tian Suin felt the pressure of a peak spirit king bearing down on her. Then, a figure descended from the sky and landed between them. This figure stood well over 7 feet tall and had a broad, muscular build with a thick neck, wide shoulders, and bulging arms and legs. His chest was as wide as a barrel, giving him an imposing appearance. However, this man's staggering presence did not seem to faze Tian Suin at all. In fact, she looked unimpressed. Really? You're going to make your man bully another woman? How pathetic are you? Tian Suin shook her head. Also, you're bothering the others. None of this would have happened if you were obedient. Now, we'll have to make a spectacle out of you. Anyways, it's too late even if you want to give up your seat now. Tian Suin didn't say anything and started looking around the sword graveyard in silence. Are you going to act like a damsel in distress and ask for help? There's nobody here that can protect you. The woman laughed in an obnoxious manner. Meanwhile, when Tian Suin noticed Yuan staring at them from a distance, a slight smile formed on her beautiful face. Even a damsel in distress has more dignity than someone like you. If you're going to do it, hurry up and do it, you pathetic little whore. Tian Suin cursed back. The woman trembled in anger, and she pointed at Tian Suin before roaring, "Make her regret ever coming here, Wang Xian." The bulky man's eyes became filled with killing intent as he retrieved a massive axe from his spatial ring and swung it at Tian Suin. The axe was also coated in a thin layer of axe aura, something similar to sword aura but only available to those who mastered the axe. Tian Suin's eyes widened slightly, but her vision was suddenly blocked by someone that had appeared in front of her like a ghost. This person was obviously Yuan, and he lifted his arm to casually catch the incoming strike. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept the sword graveyard the moment Yuan caught the axe with just his fingers. This shocked everybody there. As for the bulky man, he was in utter disbelief that someone had just caught his powerful attack with 2 mere fingers. You okay? Yuan ignored the others and turned to ask Tian Suin, who nodded her head in a dazed manner. She knew that Yuan would protect her, but she didn't expect him to do it in such a fashion. Darling, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Just cleave through this fool who thinks he's a hero. The woman misunderstood the situation and thought that the bulky man had stopped his attack right before his axe reached Yuan, as the thought that someone as small as Yuan in comparison could block the man's attack was simply impossible. That is. The man didn't know how to respond, and he was still trying to comprehend the situation himself. C1159 Sword Graveyard's Fury. Chapter 1159 Sword Graveyard's Fury. When the bulky man eventually realized the reality of his situation, his clothes became soaked in cold sweat. P&DD 1. I cannot even pull away my axe from his grasp. What is happening? How is he holding onto my axe that is coated with axe aura with his bare hands? Darling. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill them. His partner shouted again. Damn it. This dumb bitch has no idea the gravity of our situation. The man cursed inwardly. Yuan eventually released his grasp on the axe and lowered his hand. What should I do with them, Senior Tian? Yuan asked her for suggestions. I don't care as long as you get rid of these eyesores, she said. Yuan nodded and looked at the couple. Those who are prepared to take another's life should also be prepared to have theirs taken from them, right? Yuan asked them. Aarg. The bulky man that had been frozen for some time now suddenly roared like a wild beast. He lifted his axe and swung it again. Swift execution. The man's aura exploded, and the axe suddenly seemed 10 times larger as it flew closer to Yuan and Tian Suin. Let's see if this sword body is truly untouchable by weapon auras. Yuan decided to just stand there without any thoughts of blocking the strike. This fool must be frozen with fear. The woman laughed out loud when she saw him standing there like a statue. Whoosh! The massive axe that was aimed directly at Yuan's neck eventually reached its destination. However, forget about severing his head, the axe couldn't even cut his skin. From the onlooker's eyes, the bulky man had, once again, stopped his axe right before it struck Yuan. I cannot cut him. When the bulky man realized that Yuan didn't stop his first attack by mistake, he felt all of the strength in his body disappearing from his body. This caused him to lose his grip on the axe, letting it fall into the ground. The bulky man then fell to his knees shortly after. Wang Xian. What the fuck are you doing? The woman began cursing at him. Forget it. It was a mistake to rely on you. I will take care of them myself. The woman decided to take matters into her own hand and retrieved her weapon. Now with a sword in her grasp, the woman rushed forward while performing a sword technique. When the sword was close enough, Yuan closed his hand into a fist except for his middle finger. He then casually lifted his arm, blocking the woman's sword with his middle finger. What? The woman's eyes nearly popped out of its sockets when she felt an immovable force colliding with her sword, her gaze glued to the single middle finger that was blocking her sword. After blocking the attack, Yuan coated his middle finger with his sword aura, and like knife-cutting tofu, his middle finger sliced through the heaven-grade treasure without any resistance. Thud. The woman looked at the sword with a broken blade in her grasp with a baffled expression on her face. The spectators present shared similar reactions. This show-off. Jin Xi muttered in a low voice after witnessing everything. After a moment of dead silence, the woman suddenly turned to look at the silver moon soul blade beside them. Perhaps she had experienced such shock that her mind became roasted, but the woman was no longer thinking clearly. In one swift movement, she extended her arm and grabbed onto the hilt of the sword. When the cultivators around them saw this, their immediate reaction was to flee the area, and it wasn't just them. That crazy bitch touched the silver moon soul blade. Run if you don't want to get caught up in her punishment. Every cultivator inside the sword graveyard quickly scrambled to get out of the graveyard. Huh? The woman snapped back to reality after hearing such words, and she immediately released the sword. The woman had barely touched the sword for a second, but it was already too late, as the sky above them quickly darkened. Seeing this, Yuan grabbed Tian Suin and pulled her away as he distanced himself from the couple. The woman attempted to flee as well, but she remained still, as if bound by invisible shackles that rendered her utterly immobile, her very essence paralyzed by an unseen force beyond her comprehension. A profound and eerie silence blanketed the graveyard, broken only by the faint rustle of wind through the trees, until suddenly, as if stirred by an otherworldly force, the thousands of swords resting within the graveyard began to tremble, their ancient blades resonating with a palpable and ominous energy that reverberated through the very air itself. The sword stopped trembling after a few seconds before erupting from the ground and soaring into the heavens. Astonished gasps could be heard from those that were witnessing this for the first time. Help. Someone. Please. Help me. I will do anything. The woman began screaming her lungs out as her body was still frozen in time. Unsurprisingly, nobody there even dared to take a step towards the graveyard at this moment. A few seconds later, the swords hovering ominously in the air began to stir once more, their gleaming blades shifting in unison with an eerie grace, until they finally came to a stop with their sharp tips pointed at the terrified woman. Despite the horrifying scene, nobody there could tear their gaze away from the scene, almost as though they were all trapped in a powerful charm. In the end, they all watched as the swords descended upon the woman and the man, covering their figures. In that fleeting, heart-stopping moment, the very air itself seemed to come to a halt, suffocated by an all-encompassing dread that left a single soul present able to draw even the slightest breath. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the nightmare ended with the swords returning to their resting place, the graveyard once again peaceful. As for the couple, not a trace remained, as if they never existed in the first place. C1160 The Sword Graveyard Trembles Again. Chapter 1160 The Sword Graveyard Trembles Again. Senior, I'd like to thank you again for stopping me before. Yuan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice after the sword graveyard's fury ended. Tian Suyin was still in a state of shock, so she didn't hear him. I think that was our cue to leave. It's been 2 weeks, anyway. Tian Yenyu said. Oh, about that. I would actually like to stay a little longer. Yuan then said. Really? How long? Tian Suyin immediately snapped out of her daze. Please visit. Calm as terrifying as what had happened was, it wasn't enough to deter her from the sword graveyard, as she has yet to gain anything from it. I can't say for sure. How about another 2 weeks for now? Yuan said after a moment of pondering. Tian Suyin and her daughter agreed. After their decision, they returned to the sword graveyard. The other cultivators also made their way back to their respective positions, but with a sense of unease grasping their heart. Their movements were stiff and careful, caused by a newfound hesitation and a growing apprehension of the unfathomable power that lay hidden within the swords. Unsurprisingly, Tian Suyin returned to the Silver Moon Soul Blade. The cultivators present with her purposefully distanced themselves from her, as they were also frightened of Yuan's presence. Tian Suyin didn't complain since this gave her more breathing room, allowing her to focus more easily on the sword. As for Tian Yenyu, she decided to try her luck on a new sword after 2 weeks of no progress from her previous sword, even going for a lower grade sword. Yuan wanted to go back to studying the swords as well, but he has yet to resolve his problem regarding the lack of time in this place. What should I do? He continued to ponder but to no avail. In the end, he decided to only study the swords that resonated with him the most. The first sword was a mere heaven-grade sword. Heavenly Ice Sword. Yuan mumbled its name as he sat before it. Pa, Dien. C. M. The sword emitted a chilling aura, and as it brushed past him, Yuan felt a sudden, inexplicable shiver race down his spine. Then, his earliest memories with this sword began appearing inside his head. A woman stood before him. She was stunningly beautiful with a commanding presence that made her hard to ignore. She has sharp, angular features that gave her an almost sculpted appearance, and a cool, unapproachable demeanor that only adds to her allure. Her eyes were piercing and seemed to have the ability to see through even heaven itself, their light blue color perfectly complementing her pale, flawless complexion. Her lips are full and perfectly shaped, but one glance and anyone could tell that she rarely smiled. Despite her cool exterior, there was a sense of overwhelming strength to her gaze that suggested she was not someone to be trifled with, and in her grasp was the heavenly ice sword. Why are you here? The beauty asked him in a nonchalant voice. Your family is worried sick after your sudden disappearance, so they asked me to find you. Out of the millions of people they could have asked for help, they decided to ask for your help. I don't buy it. Yuan chuckled, if you don't believe me, you can go back to your family and ask them with me. The beauty suddenly unsheathed her sword and pointed its cold blade at him. Do you take me for a fool? I wouldn't dare. Humph. If you want me to go back, defeat me. Are you sure? I have always wanted to fight you, who is proclaimed as the #1 genius by many. If you say so. Yuan retrieved his sword the very next moment. Ah. I know this sword. It was also in the sword graveyard. He thought to himself as memories continued to flow inside his head. 3 hours later, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, muttering a name as he came to his senses, Bingjie. After wiping the tears from his eyes, Yuan stood up and scanned the sword graveyard until he found a certain sword. It was the sword he wielded when he clashed with the cold beauty. Red Dragon Fang. Yuan quickly submerged himself in its memories. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks passed. Even though they were supposed to leave a week ago, Tian Suin and Tian Yinyu decided to stay longer when they noticed how engrossed Yuan was with the swords, and they were afraid to disturb his trance. I wonder what kind of techniques he is learning from them. Tian Suin's sigh carried a subtle hint of envy, a longing for something that seemed just out of her reach. I'm sure he'll tell us about it once he's done. Tian Yinyu smiled. They returned to their own studies shortly after. In the 3rd week, after staying at the sword graveyard for a little over a month, Yuan received a notification. Yuan was taken aback by this notification that felt different than usual. Yes, I do. He answered a moment later. The very next second, the swords within the sword graveyard began to tremble once again, shocking the cultivators there. It's going to punish someone again. The trembling intensified as the cultivators began scrambling out of the area, and the swords soon began to glow with an otherworldly light, their blades pulsing with an energy that seemed to defy explanation. It was as if the swords themselves were alive, reacting to some unknown force that only they could sense. Within seconds, all of the cultivators exited the sword graveyard, all but a single young man who stood at the center of the place with a nonchalant expression on his face. Xiaoyang. Tian Yinyu cried out loud at the sight of his lone figure in the graveyard, her heart beating so hard it was on the verge of bursting through her chest. C1161 Return the Swords or Die. Chapter 1161 Return the Swords or Die. When Tian Suin noticed that her daughter was about to rush back into the sword graveyard, she quickly restricted her movements with a bear hug. Stop. Do you want to die? I don't care. He's not going to die, I think. Tian Suin suddenly exclaimed, which calmed Tian Yinyu down a little. Look at it, feel the atmosphere. Despite the similarities, this is nothing like when that couple got punished, and as crazy as this may sound, I can feel a sense of attachment from the swords. As the spectators awaited yet another grand display of execution, the blades buried within the sword graveyard awakened from their slumber once again, ascending to the heavens in a breathtaking dance. Once every sword ascended to the sky, they began to move in perfect harmony, their razor-sharp tips converging towards Yuan, who stood firmly and unhinged despite the terrifying scene happening above him. However, the ladies inside Yuan did not share the same feeling. In fact, they were terrified for him. Young master. I think this is a little too dangerous even for you. Brother Yuan. Don't worry, they won't hurt me. I can feel it. Yuan said to them with an air of tranquility enveloping his words, trying to calm their souls with his overwhelming confidence. Come. He suddenly roared. The sword suspended in the sky immediately stirred with a mighty force and hurled towards Yuan like a celestial barrage of fiery meteors. However, when the first sword reached Yuan and pierced his body, it did not go through his body and come out the other end like it was supposed to and actually disappeared into his body. The second sword and the swords after that also did the same thing, and it was as though they were being absorbed by him. This continued until there was not a single sword left. Everything happened so fast that the onlookers were still trying to figure out what they had just witnessed even many minutes later. After the swords entered his body, Yuan quickly realized that he could retrieve their memories at will. Does this mean I no longer need to stay here to recall their memories one by one? This is great. Yuan was filled with excitement knowing that he could take his time absorbing these memories. Sometime later, the cultivators outside the sword graveyard made their way back into the area, and they all had deep frowns on their faces. Hey! What did you do with the swords? Why are they not returning? One of them pointed at Yuan and questioned him about the swords, as they have yet to return. Without any swords, the sword graveyard could no longer bear such a name. In fact, it wouldn't even qualify as an ordinary graveyard, as there were only holes in the ground which had been left behind by the swords. No idea. Yuan answered with a calm shrug. Are you fucking with me? Bring back the swords. Yeah. Or we will tear your body open and take them back by force. The cultivators began threatening Yuan with force. Although none of them were confident of defeating Yuan alone, they felt invincible together. There were a little over 200 cultivators present. They believed that if they all attacked at once, not even he would leave unscathed. I really don't know what happened to the swords, nor can I take them out since I don't have them. Yuan sighed. Bullshit. Everyone here watched you absorb the swords into your body. I know that's what it looked like, but... fuck it. This bastard is clearly not going to comply. Let's get him. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the cultivators encircled him, exuding an aura of animosity, their eyes fixed upon him with killing intent. I really don't want to hurt anyone here over something nobody here could control. Let's try to settle this peacefully, alright? Yuan felt a little guilty for hogging all of the swords for himself and inconveniencing these people, even if he had a good reason for doing so. If you want this to end peacefully, you will return those swords. Someone shouted. Yeah. That's right. Return the swords. They belong to nobody but the nameless emperor's tomb, much less a nobody like you. In the midst of the chaos, Yuan had a sudden idea flash inside his head. How about this? I will give everyone here a chance to learn a sword technique of their choosing. These sword techniques will come from the swords that had existed within the sword graveyard. What kind of nonsense is that? Do you think we are idiots? Let me explain. Yuan quickly said. When the swords entered my body, I learned all of their sword techniques, and I am willing to show them to you. Even if I return the swords, what are the chances of you actually learning its technique? Yuan spoke to these cultivators with logic and reasoning. EVL. Oh, why you learned all of the sword techniques? The cultivators were shocked, but they did not immediately believe Yuan's words either, as it sounded too good to be true. That's impossible. He's definitely lying to us to save his own life. Right? I'm willing to bet my life that he doesn't know shit. The cultivators quickly became hostile again. What should we do? Tian Yenyu asked her mother as they watched from a distance. Nothing. He can handle it himself. Tian Suyin said with an unwavering expression on her face. Seeing that nobody would believe him, Yuan decided to approach this situation from another direction, but he still wasn't planning on taking any lives. He spread his arms wide open and gestured for them in a provoking manner. All right. You know what? If you think you can kill me, go ahead. I won't fight back for the first 10 minutes. But after 10 minutes, I will retaliate. Yuan's words that belittled the gathered cultivators ignited a furious outburst, causing them to unleash their fangs upon his neck. Unperturbed, Yuan merely stood his ground with his hands in his pockets as all sorts of weapons struck his body with no results, his presence becoming more menacing as the 10 minutes counted down. C1162 10-minute countdown. Chapter 1162 10-minute countdown. Clang. 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 The sound of metal colliding with each other resounded without stopping as over 100 cultivators tried to cut Yuan's body. However, no matter how much strength they put in their swings, nobody there could scratch his skin, much less make him bleed. How is this possible? What kind of trick is he using to block our attacks? The cultivators refused to believe that Yuan had an invincible body. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. You have 7 minutes before I make my move. Yuan would provoke them with a menacing smile on his face every minute, reminding them of their impending doom. Of course, this made the cultivators even more intense. Your body may be untouchable, but what about your eyes? A woman suddenly propelled herself forward with fierceness, wielding a slender, razor-sharp sword, aimed with deadly precision at Yuan's very sight. But alas, just like the rest of his body, her sword could not penetrate his eyes. Let's try spiritual attacks. There's no way he cultivated both his body and mind to the same degree. Someone there suddenly suggested. However, since techniques that directly attacked one's spirit were incredibly rare, nobody there actually knew of any. This was why nobody tried it in the first place. Nobody here knows any spiritual attacks. Damn it. Actually, I know one, but it's not really meant to do any damage. Someone there suddenly said. I don't care. If it has a chance to break his defenses, use it. Alright. A beauty with long black hair came forward and stood before Yuan, who continued to stand there in an unfazed manner. She looked at him with raised eyebrows, feeling a little awkward, as she has never gotten the chance to use this technique without retaliation from the other party. After taking a deep breath, she lifted both her arms and made several hand gestures while facing them at Yuan. Spiritual constriction art. Yuan immediately felt an unforce entering his mind. However, due to his immense soul strength that was incomparably stronger than the woman, it was destroyed just as quickly as it entered his mind. A moment of silence later, when Yuan showed no reaction, the woman mumbled, I think it worked. Really? What was it supposed to do? Yuan suddenly asked, startling the woman to the point it made her jump back like a scared kitten. It didn't work. She quickly corrected herself. Anyways, you have 5 minutes left. Or should I just save some time and kill all of you now, since it's clear that nobody here can kill me? The cultivators there immediately became defensive after hearing his words, with some of them even running away. Yuan laughed at their reaction. Or I can spare your lives. However, since you all refused my offer in the beginning, I will no longer teach you guys any technique. With that being said, if you are willing to accept my challenge and survive one of my strikes, I will give you a chance to learn a technique. The cultivators there looked at each other, wondering what they would do in this situation. Should they risk their life, or should they just leave? You have 3 minutes to decide before I kill everyone that is still here. Yuan reminded them that the timer was still counting down. Of course, he had no real intentions of killing them and just wanted to mess with them. I am willing to accept the challenge. A short man stepped forward with a resolute expression on his face. Since he risked his life to come this far without any guarantees that he'd gain anything from the sword graveyard, he might as well risk his life again for this. Very well. And don't expect me to go easy on you, Yuan said. The others quickly gave them some space. I will move in exactly 10 seconds from now. Try your best to stay alive. The man swallowed nervously. And as he stood there, every passing second felt like an eternity, as if time itself had come to a standstill. When the appointed moment finally arrived, Yuan swiftly drew forth his sword with a graceful and fluid motion, his sword emanating an aura of immense power that surged forth in a wave of unfettered sword aura, aimed at the man. It was at this moment that the man regretted his decision, but it was too late to back down. Ayaha! The man released a beastly roar as all of the strength in his body gushed forward like a broken dam, his life depending on it to block Yuan's sword aura. When the man's sword clashed with Yuan's sword aura, he immediately realized the difference in their strength. It was like heaven and earth, and he felt like a mortal before an unattainable strength that will forever haunt his soul. With their clash, the man's sword was cleanly sliced in two by the sword aura, leaving him defenseless before the unstoppable force. The sword aura continued its unrelenting advance, cleaving through the air with a fearsome intensity until it made contact with the man's chest, carving a deep and lasting scar into his flesh. In that moment, the man was brought to the brink of death, his very essence laid bare before the merciless might of Yuan's sword aura. The onlookers swallowed nervously after witnessing the scene. The spectacle before them was not a showcase of Yuan's sword techniques, but a display of his raw power that was channeled through his sword aura. However, unbeknownst to them, that wasn't even half of Yuan's full strength, as Head held back just enough so that he wouldn't kill his challenger. Yuan turned to look at the crowd and asked them, anyone got a restoration pill for him? He might really die at this rate. Someone quickly came forward to offer a mid-quality restoration pill. Once consumed, the man's bleeding immediately stopped and his breathing became steady, but the scar on his chest remained. Since you managed to survive, I will teach you a sword technique from any sword that existed within the sword graveyard, but seeing your current condition, let's postpone this until I go through everyone else here. Okay. The man nodded in a stiff movement. Yuan turned to look at the others with a devil-like smile. So, who else wants to challenge me? C1163 Unfathomable Generosity. Chapter 1163 Unfathomable Generosity. The cultivators at the sword graveyard silently stared at the man lying on the ground with a massive scar on his chest. Fortunately, he barely managed to survive. However, they might not be as lucky, and judging from what they witnessed, nobody there was confident in blocking Yuan's sword aura. I will probably die if I am struck by his sword aura. Many of the cultivators there had the same thought. If you do not wish to challenge me, you may leave and I will not chase after you. However, if you stay here, I will come for you. Yuan said. And he continued, 1 minute left. Over half of the cultivators there turned around and ran away. They did not want to be chased by a monster that could not be harmed even by heaven-grade treasures. In their eyes, Yuan was even more dangerous than the immortal demons that roamed this land. Once those that wanted to leave were gone, Yuan beckoned those that decided to stay. We don't have all day. Come receive my strike if you dare. His next challenger stepped forward with trembling legs. If a man like that had the courage to receive his strike, there's no reason I should run away. This man encouraged himself using the first challenger. As they assumed their position, Yuan slashed forward, sending his sword aura at the man. It's gotten even stronger. The onlookers exclaimed in a shocked voice after sensing the devastating pressure coming from Yuan's sword. Naturally, Yuan had adjusted his strength to his new challenger, or it wouldn't be fair to the previous one. Arg! The man screamed in pain as the sword aura cleanly sliced through his defensive treasure and 2 of his fingers. He then retrieved multiple restoration pills and swallowed all of them at once, bloating his throat like a toad. I have survived. The man roared in excitement and relief. Yuan didn't watch him celebrate and immediately beckoned for the next challenger. Over the next hour, Yuan would unleash his sword aura again and again upon those that dared to challenge him. In the end, none of the 100 or so cultivators that challenged him managed to escape unscathed, with many receiving life-threatening injuries. Some of them were even missing a limb or 2. And unfortunately, despite his best efforts to control his power and minimize the damage, Yuan could not do anything about any unforeseen accidents, which tragically ended the lives of several challengers, their corpses turning into spiritual energy for the endless emperor's tomb. After a moment of silence for those that died, Yuan began to fulfill his promise to those that managed to survive. Which sword do you wish to learn from? He asked the man who now had a scar on his chest. I want to learn the Divine Edges technique. Very well. Yuan immediately used technique transfer to send the technique directly into the man's head. When he absorbed the swords within the sword graveyard, he immediately learned all of their techniques. However, their memories still required him to manually absorb them. This is the Divine Edges sword technique. The man muttered in a dazed voice after acquiring the sword technique. Yes, but allow me to give you some disclaimers. Even if I transfer the technique to you, it is not guaranteed that you will comprehend it. Furthermore, it will disappear from your memories after a full year passes, and you won't be able to extract this technique from your mind even if you tried. Understand? I understand. The man nodded his head in a dazed manner. Once he confirmed that the technique was inside his head, he wasted no time leaving the sword graveyard to find a safe place to study the technique. Yuan continued to transfer sword techniques to the cultivators there. Unsurprisingly, the most popular choice of technique was those from the 3 mythic grade swords. Once Yuan finished handing out the techniques, the place became completely empty. The holes left behind by the swords also disappeared, leaving behind no evidence that the sword graveyard ever existed. When will you stop erasing historical sites from the nameless emperor's tomb? Those who want to visit the sword graveyard after this will forever be unable to fulfill their dream. Tian Suyin sighed, and she felt bad for those cultivators that intended on visiting the place like her someday. She turned to look at the now desolate land and sighed once again. I already knew that I wouldn't get another chance to come back to this place, but to think it wouldn't be due to my lack of strength but because the place no longer exists. Yuan smiled. There's no need to come back here if you learn every sword technique that existed in this place. Tian Suyin snapped at his remarks. Are you rubbing it in my face on purpose? You think everyone is as lucky as you? No, I was simply implying that I am willing to teach you the techniques. The angry expression on Tian Suyin's face immediately froze as she tried to process what Yuan had just said. Say that again for me. I don't think I heard you properly. Yuan chuckled. Do you want me to give you all of the sword techniques that I acquired from this place? Are you serious? You're not messing with me, right? Tian Suyin's body trembled uncontrollably. Yuan silently extended his hand and smiled. Tian Suyin, still in disbelief, slowly placed her soft hand on top of Yuan's palm. The following moment, Tian Suyin's mind was flooded with hundreds of powerful sword techniques ranging from heaven rank to ancient rank. There's going to be almost no restriction for you, Senior Tian, so you can take as much time as you need to study these sword techniques. If you wish to pass down these techniques, you may do so as well. The only restriction that I cannot control would be your ability to actually learn these techniques. Yuan said to her. This is... you. Tian Suyin was utterly speechless, and she was beginning to genuinely feel guilty about treating him like a bad person with ulterior motives this entire time. C1164 Jin Xi's authority. Chapter 1164 Jin Xi's authority. Yuan turned to look at Tian Yenyu after giving her mother the sword techniques. Give me your hand. I will also pass down these techniques to you, he said, still with a smile on his face. But why? Why are you doing so much for us when we were strangers until not long ago? Tian Suyin asked him in a low voice. Yuan sighed. I want to tell you the truth, but for your safety, I cannot do so. However, please trust me when I say that I have no ulterior motives and simply want to help the Tian family. You don't have to say anything else, Xiaoyang. Tian Yenyu mumbled as she placed her hand on his palm. Your actions have long proven to me that you're not here to harm us, so you don't need to say another word regarding that, as I trust you with my whole being. Tian Yanyu's face was visibly crimson red at this moment. Yuan smiled at her words as he transferred the sword techniques to her. Just like Senior Tian, the only restriction is your ability to comprehend these techniques. Thank you, Xiaoyang. Truly, thank you. Yuan nodded. I will be heading deeper into the tomb now. What will the two of you do? Mother? Tian Yenyu turned to look at her. I would like to say that we should regroup with the sect, but we have already received enough from this place. In fact, I doubt there is anyone, besides Xiaoyang, who has received more than us from the tomb. There's no need for us to risk our lives here anymore. Let's leave. Tian Yenyu nodded, agreeing with her mother's decision to leave the tomb. All right. Then I will see you guys later. Yuan said to them before turning to look at Jin Xi, who had been in the background this entire time. Jin Xi, can I trouble you one last time to guide them out of this tomb safely? He asked her with clasped hands and his head lowered. Jin Xi did not respond to him and turned to look at the two ladies. Can you confirm that you wish to leave this place entirely? She asked them. Yes. Tian Suyin nodded, as did Tian Yenyu. Done. Jin Xi suddenly snapped her fingers, and Tian Suyin and Tian Yanyu's figure disappeared into thin air, almost as if Jin Xi had snapped them out of existence. What did you do to them? Yuan asked her with a slight frown on his face. I forcefully teleported them out of here, exactly what they wanted, she calmly said. You have such powers? Yuan was surprised to learn this information. Do not underestimate my authority within this place, she sneered in a boastful manner. By the way, don't forget to grab the key. Jin Xi pointed at a certain area, where a blue key was stabbed into the ground. After realizing this, Yuan used Qi manifestation to grab the key from afar. Alright, where to next? He turned to look at Jin Xi. Why are you asking me? She raised an eyebrow. Isn't that your job as a guide? To guide me around? He asked. That does not mean I will be holding your hands and taking you on a stroll. So you're basically useless. Yuan sighed. Huh? What did you just call me? Nothing. Since there's almost no information about the inner areas, I guess I will just have to wander around and hope that I run into something. He proceeded to pick a random direction that wasn't towards where he'd come from and started flying that way. I dare you to call me useless again. I dare you. Jin Xi complained as she followed him from behind. Even though she's probably Li Jinxi's incarnation, there's a vast difference between their characters. Yuan thought to himself as he tried his best to ignore her. A week later. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. A demon wearing a black-colored crystal on its right shoulder roared as it commanded the surrounding demons with a red crystal. Over 10 demons rushed at Yuan simultaneously. What's wrong? You seem to be having trouble with a mere human. Are you not ashamed to be called a demon? Yuan provoked them as he killed them one at a time with sword aura. There were over 50 demons when the fight started, but there are less than 10 now. This caused the other demons to panic, especially the elite demon, who was in control of the group. How can a mere human kill us so easily? He's not even using demon sealing techniques. The elite demon gritted its teeth from frustration. You want me to use demon sealing techniques on fake demons? Even smashing an egg with a mountain is less wasteful than that. How dare a mere livestock mock me? An elite demon? The elite demon eventually joined the other demons in the fight, but alas, its presence in the battle did not affect the results even in the slightest. After killing the last demon, Yuan sighed in a regretful tone. It's a true pity that they don't leave behind their crystal in here. At any rate, there's a lot of demons in this place. Why is that? He wondered out loud, as he encountered more demons than magical beasts. That's simple. Humans are more terrified of demons than magical beasts, and they are also harder to deal with. The inner area isn't meant for ordinary cultivators, and even top geniuses have a hard time traversing this place. Is that so? Then what about the core area? Does it actually exist? Yes, it exists, but that place isn't meant for anyone, period. Despite that, 3 people have made it to the core. Oh. Who? Yuan asked with great interest. A dragon, a phoenix, and a human. That's it? At least give me a little more information. She shook her head and said, too bad, because that's all I know. Is that so? They must all be famous individuals in the upper heavens, given that they have enough talent to reach the core. Yuan mumbled. C1165 Mysterious Garden. Chapter 1165 Mysterious Garden. If you care so much about it, why don't you go take a look at their sites? Maybe you'll learn something about their identities. Jin Xi suddenly said. Their sites? What are you talking about? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Those that have managed to make it to the core of the tomb are awarded with a special location somewhere in the tomb to memorize them. If you make it to the core, the tomb will also create a unique place for you. Although they pique my interest, I am not going to go out of my way to see these places, unless they benefit me somehow. Nope, you don't get anything from visiting these places. Sometime later, Yuan came to a halt when he noticed a colossal shadow looming in the distance, its shape and form reminiscent that of a dragon. Hey, is that Indeed, that statue was created to memorialize the dragon who reached the core. It's quite large, spanning thousands of miles. Despite only seeing a glimpse of its immense form, Yuan couldn't shake the inexplicable feeling of familiarity that washed over him at the sight of the shadow. It was as if he had encountered this behemoth before, perhaps in a long-forgotten dream or a faded memory from a past life, and its presence now stirred something deep within him, something primal and profound that defied explanation. The Great One. Yuan suddenly muttered this name. "HM? You know the dragon?" Jin Xi looked at him with a surprised look on her face. "I'm not sure if this dragon is the Great One. It certainly gives me a familiar vibe. Though, even if it is the Great One, I can't say that I really know him. It's complicated." After encountering what he assumes to be the Great One, Yuan decided to follow the direction it was pointed towards. Thousands of miles later, Yuan came to a stop again when he noticed a garden in the distance. "What is this place?" Yuan asked Jin Xi as he descended towards it. However, Jin Xi didn't respond, and when he turned to look at her, she appeared to be greatly shocked by the appearance of this garden. "Why is this place here?" He could hear Jin Xi mumbling in a dazed voice. Yuan raised an eyebrow and returned to look at the garden from outside. At glance, he couldn't help but be awestruck by the vast array of colorful and vibrant blooms inside the garden, each one a unique and exquisite creation of nature's boundless beauty, captivating his senses and filling his soul with a sense of wonder. However, these flowers were clearly still immature and not fully bloomed. At the heart of the garden, amidst the colorful flowers, stood a small and unassuming pavilion. When Yuan's eyes beheld the sight of the pavilion, his heart stirred with an inexplicable yearning, a deep connection that transcended time and space. As if drawn by an invisible force, he felt compelled to approach it, his footsteps guided by an ethereal presence that whispered to his soul, beckoning him to get closer. The pavilion, bathed in the soft light of the sun, seemed to glow with an otherworldly radiance. When Yuan stepped foot inside the garden, a curious thing happened. The flowers that had been half-bloomed began to stir, as if sensing his presence and responding to his arrival. Petals unfurled, leaves stretched out to bask in the sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms bursting into full bloom. It was as if the garden had been waiting for him, ready to showcase its most precious treasures in his honor. Yuan felt a surge of wonder and awe wash over him, as if he had stumbled upon a secret garden that had been hidden away from the world for countless eras, now revealed to him alone. The flowers fully bloomed by the time he reached the pavilion, and to his absolute surprise, these flowers became enveloped in sword aura after their blossoming. Since there was nothing inside the pavilion, Yuan could only stand there and look around as he tried to figure out the secrets of this garden. He used divine gaze when he saw nothing with divine sense, but even then, he wasn't able to see anything special about this place besides the flowers with sword aura. He turned to look at Jin Xi and asked in a loud voice, "Hey, Jin Xi, what is this place?" Jin Xi snapped out of her daze and looked at him with a pondering face. "No. There's no way." She mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Eventually, she said, "There is nothing special about this garden, so you can stop wasting your time here." Calm Yuan immediately doubted her words, which did not align with her reaction. When Jin Xi saw the dubious look on his face, she sneered, "I am serious. There isn't anything for you to gain here. It's just a garden that was once managed by my master. If you don't believe me, you can continue wasting your time here." Yuan stared at her eyes to see if she was teasing him or if she was telling the truth. She's not lying. But why would a pointless place like this exist in the tomb? He wondered inwardly. Whatever, I will come back here later if I have the time. With that in mind, Yuan left the garden and returned to wandering the tomb. Jin Xi silently stared at Yuan's back and thought to herself, that garden only blooms for master, so why did it bloom for him? As they soared through the sky, leaving the garden behind, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. A thick mist, like a shroud of mystery, descended upon the garden, obscuring it from view and engulfing it in a cloak of otherworldly fog. When the mist finally dissipated, there was nothing left but an empty patch of ground, devoid of any sign that a garden had ever existed there. It was as if the garden had been a mirage, a fleeting dream that had vanished into the ether as soon as it had been beheld. C1166 Phoenix Statue. Chapter 1166 Phoenix Statue. After flying for several more days, Yuan came to a halt when another statue appeared in the distance. This time, it was that of a massive phoenix with colossal wings that covered almost the entire sky. What a sight! Yuan took a deep breath after a sense of awe washed over him. Suddenly, a figure materialized right in front of him out of thin air. It was Feng Yuxiang, and she was staring at the phoenix with a dazed look on her face. Feng? Are you feeling okay? He asked her. Yes. It's just that when I look at this statue, my blood suddenly starts to boil for some reason, almost as though it's reacting to it. Perhaps you recognize this phoenix? Yuan made a guess. That's possible, but I don't remember seeing this phoenix before, she sighed. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the phoenix and asked, You can tell? Even though it's just a statue. He would have a hard time telling the difference between two phoenixes unless one had a unique feature. It's just a feeling. I am not certain that I know this phoenix, but I cannot ignore my Bodhi's reaction. This is the first time something like this has happened to me. Yuan then said, Go ahead, take a closer look. I will wait for you. Thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang nodded and flew closer to the phoenix. After spending several minutes inspecting the phoenix statue, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan's side and said, That is a mature phoenix, a female one, at that. Oh. How can you tell the difference between a male and female phoenix? Yuan asked out of curiosity. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, The chest. You see how her chest is slightly puffed out? A male phoenix's chest is much flatter. Is that so? Anyways, I am done here. Maybe I met this phoenix in the past and forgot about it, but there's no point pondering about it now. He nodded, All right. Let's continue moving then. This time, he decided to move towards the direction the phoenix was pointing. 2 days later, Yuan came to another halt when he was suddenly surrounded by demons. This time, there were over 100 of them. The majority of them were low-ranking demons, but there were a dozen elite demons, 3 superior demons, and 1 demon general. A whole army of demons this time, huh? Yuan mumbled with a nonchalant look on his face. Since he was facing this many demons at once, he could no longer go easy on them. Thus, he decided to use 1 demon sealing technique, just 1. His eyes flickered with a vicious glint before activating the demon's sealing zone. Whoosh! The demon's sealing zone instantly swallowed up all of the demons, and the moment it touched a demon, they would immediately turn into solid, becoming a statue. Jin's eyes widened when she saw this. In her eyes, all of the demons there simultaneously turned into stone out of the blue. You are a demon sealer, as well? She asked him in a dumbfounded voice. That's right. He calmly nodded. Calm, why did you hide it until now? She raised an eyebrow. I wasn't trying to hide it. I just didn't need to use it. My sword aura is more than enough to deal with a few demons. He shrugged. Unbelievable. Anyways, I am going to try something new. You should move away, since this is going to cover a large area. Jin Xi suddenly stuck out her chest and puffed in an arrogant manner. You won't be able to hurt me even if you tried. My strength was limited during the trial for your sake, but I no longer have said limit. If you say so. Yuan proceeded to close his eyes and began building up his sword aura. A minute or so later, his eyes snapped open, and a massive amount of sword aura gushed out of his body. However, it did not stop and continued to expand until it was large enough to kill all of the demons there in one fell swoop. Yuan released a sigh afterward. Although that worked, it took too long. I will need to work on my speed before I can actually use it properly. Lan Yingying then said, and if you can make it last longer, you will be able to use it to protect cities, just like the Lord did in the mystic realm. Oh, you're right. It's basically the same thing, Yuan said after realizing this. Right before they continued their journey, Jin Xi reminded Yuan that the demon general had left behind a crimson key. This makes it the 5th key in my possession. I still need 4 more, huh? Yuan did not like this Easter egg hunt at all. A few more days later, Yuan noticed a small pond about 100 miles away, and despite being that far away, he could sense a strong sword aura coming from it. What is this place? Yuan asked Jin Xi once they landed before it. Sword Pond is its name. Yuan tried to see how deep this pond was, but to his absolute shock, he wasn't able to see the ground even with his divine sense at maximum strength. Heavens! How far down does this pond go? He turned to look at Jin Xi with a stupefied face. She shrugged, who knows? Why don't you go down there and let me know afterward? Yuan was not the least surprised by her response, even expecting it. He turned to look at the pond and swallowed nervously. Despite its calm appearances, every drop of water in this pond was covered by a thin layer of sword aura. If an ordinary cultivator plunged into this water, their body would instantly get shredded until there was nothing left, and this pond was deep, at least 1,000 miles deep. Unfortunately, Yuan knew that he was fated to enter this pond. He only prayed that he wouldn't instantly die the moment he entered it. C1167 Sword Pond. Chapter 1167 Sword Pond. Alright, I am going to enter this pond since I have a good feeling that I will find a key at the end. No, I am certain. Yuan said with a resolute expression on his face. Is that so? Have fun. Jin Xi said in a nonchalant manner, almost as if she couldn't care less. Yuan didn't say anything and started stripping his clothes. However, just as he took 2 steps towards the pond and prepared to plunge inside, his movements suddenly halted. What are you doing? Jin Xi asked after seeing his weird movements. After a moment of awkward silence, he said in a somewhat embarrassed voice, I don't know how to swim. Jin's eyes widened as she stared at him in silence. A moment later, she bent backwards and started laughing out loud that her voice could be heard miles away. Are you serious? You don't know how to swim? That's pathetic. She pointed at him and laughed without restraint. Yuan frowned and said, due to circumstances, my movements were limited until recently, so I did not have the opportunity to learn how to swim. Is it really so bad that one doesn't know how to swim? Yeah. No need for excuses. That'll just make you look even more pathetic. Yuan sighed, but he decided to not argue with her. Jin Xi suddenly snapped her fingers, creating a massive hole right next to the sword pond, and with a second snap, she filled the hole with clear water. You can practice swimming there. Just don't waste too much time. Jin Xi said to him. Despite making fun of him for not being able to swim, she still wanted to help him. Feng Yuxiang and the others came out of his body watch. Young master, I would love to teach you how to swim, but honestly, I don't know how to myself, and I do not like water. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Well, you are a creature of fire, after all. Yuan smiled at her. Xiaohua looked at the water for a second before turning to look at Yuan and shaking her head. Sorry, brother Yuan, but Xiaohua cannot help you today. You're still young, so it's okay. Yuan subconsciously turned to look at Lan Yingying next, who had a gentle smile on her face. I guess you also don't know how to swim, he sighed. No, I do. I can teach you, if you'd like. Yuan was so happy to hear that Lan Yingying knew how to swim, it caused him to shed a tear. Lan Yingying proceeded to remove her clothes the following second. Why you? How dare you try to seduce the young master with your body in this kind of situation? Feng Yuxiang pointed at her with trembling fingers when Lan Yingying stripped completely naked. What are you talking about? Lan Yingying looked at her with raised eyebrows, oblivious of the situation. Why are you completely naked? Feng Yuxiang asked again. Lan Yingying immediately responded in an innocent voice, because I am going in the water with him? Feng Yuxiang face-bombed. Is she messing with me, or is she actually that shameless? If you are worried about me being seen naked, you don't have to worry. I don't mind if it's Yuan, and this isn't our first time like this. What did you say? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed, as she wasn't aware of their interaction at the waterfall within the mystic realm, where Lan Yingying was impregnated by Yuan. Lan Yingying stopped entertaining Feng Yuxiang afterward and entered the cool water, which was about 2 meters deep. After entering the water, Lan Yingying waited for Yuan at the edge of the pond. Seeing Lan Yingying's beautiful naked body, Yuan couldn't help but swallow nervously. Unlike previously when they were at the waterfall, he was no longer as ignorant and immune to a woman's charm, and his opponent was a peerless beauty like Lan Yingying, so his body couldn't help but react a little. However, Yuan quickly managed to keep his emotions under control by reminding himself that underneath her human appearance was a divine beast that could swallow even demons, and most importantly, she was his comrade. After patting himself in the cheeks, Yuan entered the water, grabbing Lan Yingying's hand at the same time so that he wouldn't immediately sink. Although he could technically cover himself in spiritual energy and fly around in water, he actually wanted to use this opportunity to learn something that he never got the chance to. Thus, Lan Yingying started giving Yuan swimming lessons. Their training would go on for a few days until Yuan could swim as naturally as breathing. It took you longer than I expected, since you usually learn everything in a heartbeat. Feng Yuxiang said to him afterward. I guess there are some things that even I am not talented in. He chuckled. Thank you, Yingying. I've troubled you for the last few days. He said to her afterward. It was a pleasure to finally be able to help you. She smiled at him before pulling herself out of the water. Yuan quickly shifted his gaze from her dripping wet body to something else. Feng Yuxiang raised an eyebrow after seeing his unusual reaction, but she didn't think too much of it at that moment. Now that he was prepared, Yuan returned to the sword pond, but he didn't immediately jump in. He sat down and cultivated for a bit first. A few hours later, Yuan opened his eyes and stood up. After taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air before diving into the sword pond. Since it's just sword aura, it shouldn't affect my sword body. He thought to himself as he plunged into the cold water. Fuck. It's freezing. He cursed inwardly, and he regretted not testing the water's temperature before jumping in. The water was so cold it felt like every pore in his body was being poked by needles. Fortunately, he was used to pain from tempering his body, so it was still tolerable for him. Unfortunately, the cold would only worsen as he swam deeper inside the sword pond. Chapter 1168. Published at 10th of April 2023 11:04 and 58 seconds AM. Chapter 1168. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. After swimming for a minute, Yuan immediately gave up on trying to swim normally and propelled himself forward using spiritual energy. Not only did this help him travel many times faster, but it also protected him from the cold. However, because every drop of water in the sword pond is covered in sword aura, it would shred his spiritual energy constantly. Fortunately, he could recover his spiritual energy faster than the sword aura destroyed it. About 100 miles down, the temperature in the sword pond changed drastically. It was no longer cold, but scorching hot, almost as though he was swimming in lava, and it burned through his spiritual energy like a hot knife in butter. This sudden change in temperatures caught Yuan off guard, and he had to quickly adjust to it. The temperature was so hot that it constantly burned his skin. If it weren't for his regeneration ability, he would definitely die if he continued diving deeper. Yuan endured the burning sensation that consumed his entire body and continued moving forward, swimming deeper and deeper into the sword pond. 200 miles deep, the temperature changed again, returning to being extremely cold, but it was at least 2 times colder than before. This same pattern continued until he reached a depth of 500 miles. What is this sensation? It feels cold and hot at the same time. Yuan was baffled by this phenomenon that he could not fully describe. His skin felt like it was being burned, yet it also felt like he was cold. It was a weird feeling that he has never experienced before. However, even more horrifying was the fact that his regeneration ability was barely keeping up with the destruction done to his body, which was a first as well. If I continue diving deeper without any plans, I will definitely not make it to the end and die. He stopped moving temporarily to ponder a solution. A moment later, he recalled something that had done in one of his previous lives. To temper the body is to embark on a journey of destruction and rebirth, tearing down the old and rebuilding the new, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Ah. I understand what I have to do. This sword pond. It's the perfect environment to temper my body, and for the next week, Yuan would remain at the 500 miles mark without moving an inch, letting the hot and cold water continuously destroy his body. Ding! With his improved perfect regeneration, Yuan's body was regenerating at a much faster pace than previously. Perfect. Now I can continue. Yuan smiled inwardly as he began moving again. For the next 500 miles, Yuan would experience even harsher temperature conditions, which made him wonder if there was a limit to it. When he was just a few meters away from the 1,000th mile mark, Yuan stopped moving to inspect the water with his divine sense. Due to some mysterious force in the sword pond, his divine sense was limited to only a few meters ahead of him, but that was more than enough for him to see what was waiting for him ahead. Fuck me. The sword aura has become enhanced sword aura. He cried inwardly after seeing this change. Despite the extreme temperatures, he was able to reach this far without worrying too much because his sword body negated the most dangerous part of this sword pond, its sword aura. However, now that the water is covered in enhanced sword aura, his sword body will no longer be able to protect him. This put Yuan in a dilemma, as he wasn't confident that he would be able to survive the enhanced sword aura even with his improved perfect regeneration. However, he still decided to test the water, as he had come too far to go back empty-handed. Once he was right in front of the water, Yuan shoved his finger into the water with the enhanced sword aura. Shit! He immediately retrieved his finger the next second, and its skin and flesh was badly damaged, looking like he'd put it in a blender or something. Once his finger healed, Yuan decided to shove his entire arm in there to see if his regeneration could keep up. A few seconds later, he retrieved his skeleton arm that was void of any meat and skin. It was clear at this point that he would not survive the enhanced sword aura even with his improved perfect regeneration. After pondering for some time, Yuan stuck his arm in there again. This time, he covered it in enhanced sword aura as a layer of protection. Yuan gritted his teeth from the intense pain. However, his little experiment had worked, as the enhanced sword aura was able to protect his arm just enough to let it heal faster than it could be damaged, but it was only slightly faster, to the point where if he removed the protection for a second, his entire arm would be consumed again. This was a huge gamble for Yuan. He could either cover his entire body with enhanced sword aura and try to swim as far as he could, or he could try to temper his body again like he did at the 500-mile mark. Since I don't know how far down this sword pond goes, it would be better to temper my body a little more before going deeper. After taking a moment to resolve himself and protecting his entire body with enhanced sword aura, Yuan swam into the next challenge. Ah! He screamed out loud from the intense pain that covered every inch of his body, but his voice did not make a sound in the water. After the initial pain, Yuan tried his best to endure it and manage his enhanced sword aura at the same time, as he would die the moment his protection goes away. And in this constant state of extreme pain that would only get worse as time passed, Yuan eventually could not hold on and lost consciousness for a split second. This split second of unconsciousness was more than enough to disturb his enhanced sword aura, and just like that, his body became completely vulnerable in the depths of the sword pond, where nobody could help him. As his consciousness returned, a window that he never expected to see popped up before him. C1169. Chapter 1169. At the exact same moment this notification appeared, Xiaohua and the others could immediately feel their connection with Yuan severed. With their connection severed, they could no longer sense him. However, they were certain that something bad had happened to him. Young master. Feng Yuxiang quickly rushed to the sword pond. Whoa! What do you think you're doing? Jin Xi immediately stopped her from recklessly jumping into the water. The young master is in danger. We need to save him, she exclaimed with teary eyes. Jin Xi frowned, and she turned to look at the sword pond. Unfortunately, it might be a little too late to save him, as his entire body has already been consumed by the pond. No. Feng Yuxiang fell to her knees. Lan Yingying gritted her teeth and balled her hands so hard that it began bleeding. As for Xiaohua, she stood there with a blank expression on her face, and it wasn't her usual nonchalant expression, it was one void of all emotions. Jin Xi sighed, looks like he wasn't anything special, after all. I had high hopes for him, too. No. Xiaohua suddenly uttered in a low voice. What? Jin Xi looked at her with raised eyebrows. Brother Yuan isn't dead. There's no way he'd die here. She had a stern look on her face, but it was not due to her confidence in him, it was merely her inability to accept the situation. In other words, she was fooling herself. I hate to break it to you, but he's really dead. As someone whose authority in this place is only second to my master, I can see everything happening within this domain, and I cannot see him. I can also confirm that his body perished at the 1,000-mile mark in the sword pond. Jin Xi suddenly halted her mouth, and she turned to stare at the sword pond with wide eyes. There's no way, she muttered in a low voice. Meanwhile, inside the sword pond. When Yuan received the death notification, his vision blackened, and all of the sensation in his body was gone. It was almost as though he had returned to being a cripple. However, shortly after, he heard a voice resound inside his head. Perfect regeneration has evolved to absolute regeneration. With the ability absolute regeneration, Yuan was able to fully reconstruct his body even when he was still inside the sword pond. Rebirth. All healing effects on you will be increased by 1,000%. Although his body would be perfectly fine even if he used just his naked body to block the enhanced sword aura, it was still incredibly painful, as his regeneration abilities did not negate damage. After composing himself, Yuan continued to swim deeper into the sword pond. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and the others could suddenly sense that their connection with Yuan had been re-established. Why isn't he dead? The enhanced sword aura had clearly destroyed every cell in his body. Don't tell me that he's actually immortal. Thank the heavens that he's fine. Feng Yuxiang released a sigh of relief, and she was completely unaware that her drop of blood from when they first met had actually saved Yuan. Due to his heaven-consuming physique, he was able to extract even the forbidden power of rebirth from Feng Yuxiang's blood. However, even Feng Yuxiang wouldn't survive if her entire body was destroyed, so how did Yuan manage to do such a thing? Unfortunately, the answer would not be found until much later. After diving for another 500 miles, Yuan finally reached the ground, and sure enough, there was an azure-colored key resting at the very bottom. Yuan quickly went to pick up the key, and then he proceeded to look around to see if there was anything else down there. Oh. What's this? Yuan barely noticed this black-colored pearl that was halfway covered by sand, and it was the size of an ordinary spirit stone. He didn't think twice before taking it with him back up to the surface. The amount of time Yuan had spent inside the sword pond was almost an entire month. When Yuan resurfaced, he was immediately hugged by Feng Yuxiang, who almost suffocated him with her breasts. You're okay, young master. You really had us worried there for a good minute. What happened down there that caused our connection to sever, something that only happens if one of us dies? An awkward smile appeared on his face as he responded to her inquiries. Actually, I did die down here. However, something resurrected me, and I think it was your phoenix flames. My flames? What do you mean? Feng Yuxiang was completely puzzled. I'm not certain either. It's just a feeling I had down there after I died, as it felt like you were beside me at that moment. Feng Yuxiang wasn't sure what he was talking about, but she was over the moon to hear that Shed somehow managed to save his life. Are you really okay, Yuan? Lan Yingying asked him. Yes, I feel fine. In fact, I have never felt better. Due to the extreme conditions inside the sword pond, I was actually able to temper my body down there. My body is stronger than ever now because of that. Yuan flexed his toned muscles. He then turned to look at Jin Xi, who had been silently staring at him since his return. Hey, do you know what this item is? I found it down there. Yuan showed the black pearl to her. No clue. She immediately shrugged. And she quickly added, I am serious. I don't know the majority of the treasures in this place since they were not placed there by me but by the master. Can I see it for a second, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked. Oh, right. You're an expert with treasures. Here. Take a look at this. I can sense an unfathomable power inside, but I don't know what it is. He quickly showed her the black pearl. Feng Yuxiang didn't immediately recognize it, but when she did, her eyes widened like saucers. This can't be. She exclaimed. FENL. C1170 Top Ten Treasure. Chapter 1170 Top 10 Treasure. You know what this treasure is? Yuan became excited after seeing her surprised reaction. She nodded and proceeded to mumble in a dazed voice, if I am correct, this should be the primordial crystal. It's an exceedingly powerful resource that was thought to be extinct in the 9 heavens. There are many legends that surround this treasure. Some say it will give one immortality. Some say it will give the carrier ultimate strength. Some even say that it will directly make you a god. Do you know what it actually does? Yuan asked. She shook her head. Unfortunately, I only recognize it due to the void-like energy within. Even then, I am not 100% certain that this is the primordial crystal. Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Jin Xi and continued, perhaps she might know about it, since she should have existed when the primordial crystal was still available. Jin Xi quickly nodded and said, of course, I have heard of the primordial crystal. The biggest families and sects in the divine heaven would often fight each other whenever one is found. The primordial crystal is mostly known for 3 things: improve talent, evolve bloodlines, and even change one's physique. Its effect is different for every individual, and there's really no telling what will happen to one until they absorb it. Regardless, it'll change a person's life for the better and was even deemed one of top 10 treasures in the entire divine realm. Wow, to think it was a top 10 treasure. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. This is the first time she's held a treasure that was once considered as one of the best treasures in the entire world. There are tens of thousands of unique treasures in the cultivation world, and to be considered in the top 10, one can only imagine its effects. Congratulations, young master. With this treasure, you'll become even more powerful. Feng Yuxiang handed the crystal back to him with a smile on her face. Should I consume this now or later? He wondered out loud. Just so you know, it takes a tremendous amount of time to absorb the crystal. Most people go into seclusion and don't come out for another 1,000 years, some even taking 10,000 years. Jin Xi warned him. I guess that answers my question. Yuan stored the primordial crystal in his spatial ring. Now I only need to find 3 more keys. Once they were ready, they started moving again. However, they came to another halt shortly after. Isn't this the garden from before? Why is it here? Yuan initially thought that had traveled back to where he came from, but upon looking at the surroundings, that wasn't possible. The only explanation was that the garden had teleported to this location somehow, or it was a different garden that looked exactly the same as the previous one. Jin Xi sighed after seeing the garden, and she turned to look at Yuan with a perplexed expression. This must be the reason why the master wanted me to guide him. She sighed inwardly. She then said, this is the fateful garden. It doesn't have a set location and will teleport around without any set schedule. Nobody before you has ever managed to encounter it, and the fact that you encountered it twice could only mean one thing. If this is related to my fate, then there must be a key in there. Yuan said as he entered the garden once again. And sure enough, under the pavilion, there was a single black key resting on the table. Yuan wondered if this was a trap due to how easy and free it seemed. Seeing his hesitation, Jin Xi said, "You can relax. Encountering the fateful garden twice is its trial in itself." "Oh, really?" Yuan immediately picked up the key. "Now I just need 2 more keys." "1. Jin Xi suddenly said. "Huh?" Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. Jin Xi raised her hand and showed him a white key resting on her palm. "Where did you get that?" Yuan asked. "I had it with me this entire time." "What? And you're giving it to me just now?" Yuan was dumbfounded. CM, I had to make sure you were worthy of it." "Thanks." Yuan went to grab the key, but Jin Xi suddenly closed her hand. "Now what?" "Before I give you this key, I want you to tell me the truth," she said. "I don't recall lying to you." Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I am going to ask you this now. Are you related to the master?" Jin Xi stared at him intensively with a serious face. Yuan smiled and said, "Would you believe me if I said that I am the masked man?" Jin Xi wasn't sure how to respond. She has never seen the masked man's face before, but she felt a familiar feeling from Yuan ever since she met him. Perhaps that was her instincts telling her his identity. "So you're trying to tell me that you are his reincarnation?" Jin Xi frowned slightly. "That's exactly what I am saying. You can believe me or not." He smiled. "I see. So that's what you look like." Jin Xi mumbled with a gentle smile on her face, acting a little out of character. She then pointed in a certain direction and said, "Go that way. You will find the masters, your residence there." "Oh. So you're finally being cooperative." Yuan suddenly stopped speaking, as Jin's body suddenly started glowing. "Thank you for seeing me again. I love you, Tian Xian." Jin's body immediately dissipated into countless fragments before disappearing into thin air. Tian Xian. That is the masked man's name, the Lord's name, huh? Yuan stared at the empty air where Jin Xi stood just moments ago. "Thank you, Jin Xi. I will make sure to take care of you in this life as well." Yuan gave a courteous bow before going in the direction Jin Xi pointed at. C1171 Their Journey Together. Chapter 1171 Their Journey Together. 1171 Their Journey Together. Jin Xi. She left us too soon. I still had a lot of questions for her. Yuan sighed inwardly as he flew in a straight line towards the direction Jin Xi gave him. As he flew towards his unknown destination, Yuan would slowly absorb the memories from the swords he acquired at the sword graveyard, hoping that one of them had memories of Jin Xi. 1 day, 1 week, 2 weeks. A month later. Did Jin Xi give me the right directions, or was she messing with me till the very end? I have been flying for a month straight now, yet I don't see anything but water. He sighed out loud. After 2 weeks of flying straight, Yuan eventually left the land and entered what seemed to be an endless sea. When one encounters nothing for a month, they could only assume that they went the wrong way. Furthermore, I am still missing 1 key. Feng Yuxiang chuckled. I don't think she would mess with you like that, especially after knowing your real identity. After another week of flying, Yuan suddenly noticed with his divine sense a small island about 1,000 miles straight ahead, but it appeared to be empty. Regardless, this pumped up his adrenaline, causing him to speed towards it like a shooting star. When he arrived, he landed on the seemingly empty island. After waiting around for a couple of minutes with nothing happening, Yuan shouted, "Hey! I know you're here, Tian Xian. Show yourself." Sure enough, a figure would appear in the distance before slowly approaching him. However, this person wasn't wearing a mask, and he looked exactly like Yuan. "Do you have all 9 keys?" Tian Xian asked him. "No, I am still missing 1, but if Jin Xi told me to come here, then I should find the last key here." Tian Xian smiled, and he showed his palm to Yuan. Resting on top of his palm was a large key that looked different from the rest. "This is the master key, the last key to my kingdom." Tian Xian snapped his finger, and a massive building appeared out of thin air behind him. So what do I have to do to get it, since I doubt you'll give it to me for free? Yuan said with his arms crossed in front of his chest. It's nothing much. I just want you to do something for me. Tian Xian said with a calm face. What is it? You probably already realized this by now, but there are some people in your current life that used to be with you in your past life. Yuan raised an eyebrow before nodding. That's right. Why are you telling me this now? Jin Xi. If you ever encounter her, please take care of her, as I have failed to do so in the past. You failed her? What does that mean? In response to his question, Tian Xian pointed a finger at him before shooting something inside his forehead. Yuan immediately became dazed as memories flooded his head. Inside this memory, he was seeing things through Tianzin's eyes, and there was a beautiful woman standing before him with a defeated look on her face. Tian Xian, let me follow you. I want to become as strong as you. And how will following me help you achieve that? I refuse. You'll just be a hassle. Tian Xian sneered coldly. Jin Xi gritted her teeth and said, I don't care. I am going to follow you, regardless if you agree or not. So you are a stalker now, as well? Tian Xian sighed. Shut up. I will follow you and learn from you. In return, I will serve you. I am even willing to call you master. Tian Xian sighed again, and he turned around. Do as you please. But don't expect me to protect you when you get in trouble, since the places that I am fated to traverse are filled with danger. He gently leaped into the air, before flying away. Jin Xi immediately followed him despite the injuries on her body that she had suffered after a short battle with him. And over the next several thousand years, Jin Xi would follow Tian Xian around like a minion. From dangerous places that even immortals avoid to uncharted lands, Jin Xi witnessed all sorts of environments and experienced countless near-death situations. However, she still followed him without uttering a single complaint. After thousands of years of being together, Jin Xi learned many things about Tian Xian, and it was inevitable that she would eventually start to have romantic feelings for him. But not wanting to ruin their relationship, Jin Xi kept her emotions hidden. Unfortunately, she was bad at hiding her emotions, and even a blind man could tell that she was in love with Tian Xian. As for Tian Xian, even though he knew her feelings for him, because he was born with memories of his past lives, he could not respond to it and acted as though he didn't notice it. He also didn't want to admit it, but he enjoyed Jin Xi's company. To him, Jin Xi was his unofficial disciple, and he would give her cryptic advice every now and then, assisting her cultivation. He would also save her life a couple times despite saying otherwise. Of course, he did so discreetly so Jin Xi wouldn't make fun of him for it, but she would eventually find out about it, which caused her feelings for him to grow stronger. Their journey together would continue for another 100,000 years, until Jin Xi perished in an accident on the day that she decided to temporarily separate from him. Yuan felt the rage and sorrow Tian Xian had felt during the moment he discovered her death. Once again, I have failed to protect someone I love. Tian Xian would halt his journey for 1,000 years, reflecting on his actions and his hesitation to express his feelings for Jin Xi because he also had feelings for his loved ones in his past lives. As the only Tian who recovered his past lives' memories before meeting someone special, he saw the world in a different light, and he would always push away others, fearing that it would be disloyal to his previous partners. During his 1,000-year-long seclusion, Tian Xian remained on a small island, the same one that Yuan was currently on. C1172 Peak of Treasures. Chapter 1172 Peak of Treasures. 1172 Peak of Treasures, that's why I told you that despite having previous lives, you are all different people in one way or another. Do not be afraid to love because of the commitments you made in your previous lives. You will regret it like I did. Tian Xian spoke with a sorrowful smile on his handsome face. Yuan was speechless, as he didn't know how to respond to such words. Even though he had a commitment with Meili in their past life, he met her and fell in love with her in this life before he even knew about his relationship with her in their past life. As for Chu Liuxiang, while he still has no idea what kind of relationship he had with her in their past life, it was the same story as Meili. Of course, this could be said about Li Jinxi as well, whom he met before learning about Jin Xi. Though, they are not in a romantic relationship and were more like training buddies. One could even say that they have a disciple and master relationship but at a more informal level. Don't worry, I will take care of Jin Xi even if you didn't ask, since I am already acquainted with her. Yuan said. Is that so? Then I have another request. When she eventually remembers about you, apologize to her for me. Tell her that I am sorry for not loving her properly. Tian Xian approached Yuan before handing over the key to him. I will leave this place in your hands. Tian Xin's body disappeared a moment later. After standing there for some time, Yuan approached the building with two massive doors. The doors reminded him of the stairway to heaven in aesthetics, and there were 9 keyholes right in the center of it, each with a word engraved on the bottom of each hole. Dominance, talent, beast, anger, endurance, fate, love, reminiscence, and inheritance. Yuan read these words out loud, but he still wasn't sure which key belonged in which keyhole. Right as he was prepared to try every keyhole one key at a time, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded, for the keyhole love, it's probably referring to Jin Xi's love for the young master, right? That sounds reasonable. Yuan nodded, and he inserted the white key he received from Jin Xi into the love keyhole. Click, it was the correct key. Then beast must be referring to the purple lightning qilin. Lan Yingying then said. Yuan inserted the purple key he received from the purple lightning qilin into the beast keyhole. Click, the sword pagoda represents talent. Xiaohua said. He inserted the golden key from the sword pagoda into the talent keyhole. Click, fate is definitely the black key from the fateful garden. Yuan mumbled as he inserted the key. Click, as for reminiscence, the blue key from the sword graveyard. Click, demons represent uncontrollable anger, so the crimson key. Click, the sword pawn definitely tested my endurance. Click, now there were just 2 more unoccupied keyholes. Dominance and inheritance, huh? Tian Xian handing him the final key to the building would definitely qualify as inheritance, and the 9 swords trial definitely dominated against its challengers. Click, click, Yuan inserted the master key last, and when he twisted it, the door immediately began to open. The interior of the building lacked any sort of decorations, almost as though it was a brand new house with no prior occupants. However, there were several items neatly displayed at the center of the room. Yuan walked over to the closest one, where an ancient-looking manual rested. When he focused on it, its information appeared on a screen. Sword God's Apex Sword Art, Yuan swallowed nervously upon reading its domineering name. After staring at the manual for a moment, he walked to the next display case. This is a mask? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The mask looked exactly like the one Tian Xian always wore. It had an ordinary appearance, but when Yuan saw its information, his eyes nearly popped out of its sockets. Immune to spiritual attacks? This mask is more overpowered than I expected. He exclaimed. Why, young master? This mask is a C1170 grade treasure. Feng Yuxiang muttered in a stuttering voice when she realized what was before her eyes. I noticed. How much stronger is it compared to a mythic grade treasure? He asked. They are 2 entire grades above mythic grade. In fact, celestial grade treasures are considered to be the most powerful treasures in the 9 heavens. Yuan swallowed nervously and asked, so there is nothing above celestial grade? Actually, there is one more, but I don't think they even exist anymore in our current era. Above celestial grade treasures are primordial grade, but less than 10 of them have existed since ancient times. Is that so? Yuan walked to the next display case, where a beautiful black and golden sword resided. This is an Empyrean grade treasure. Although it's 1 grade below celestial grade, they are still considered the best of the best by most people due to how rare celestial grade treasures are. Feng Yuxiang was essentially drooling right now. Even during her time in the upper heavens, she has never owned an Empyrean-grade treasure, nor has she ever got to see a celestial-grade treasure with her bare eyes. Yuan walked to the last display case, where it was showcasing a small bottle that contained a single drop of gold liquid. Feng, what's this? Yuan immediately asked her. I have no idea. She immediately responded. But knowing the young master, it's probably something that exceeds our imaginations. Why else would you put it here, besides the other treasures? That makes sense. Now all that's left is, whether I am allowed to take these treasures or not, and if I can, how many can I take with me? He looked at the 4 display cases with a perplexed expression. C1173 A Familiar Scenery. Chapter 1173 A Familiar Scenery. 1173 A Familiar Scenery. Since these are all my treasures, I should be able to acquire all of them, right? Yuan wondered inwardly, as he was used to his incarnations making things less convenient for himself. However, when he touched the display case, the protection on it immediately deactivated, allowing him to grab the treasure inside. After acquiring the bottle of unknown liquid, Yuan went to see if he could get the other treasures as well, and sure enough, they were in his grasp moments later. Sometime later, he began exploring the building to make sure he wouldn't leave anything behind. Meanwhile, his achievements were displayed in the sky for every player to see. It's player Yuan. He's finally returned after many months of absence. Players around the world were left speechless by the announcement. Most of them are still using Earth-grade treasures, and nobody beside Yuan had information about treasures above the divine grade, so they didn't truly understand the massive accomplishment behind the announcement. If one were to compare Yuan's progress to the rest of the player base, he would be at the endgame while the others were still swinging their wooden weapons at straw dummies in the starting areas. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 3rd heaven, a handsome young man was staring at the announcement with a serious expression on his face. Hey, Zhaohui, compared to my divine grade treasure, how much better is an Empyrean grade or celestial grade treasure? He asked the tall man standing beside him. This man turned to look at him with a dumbfounded face before bursting with laughter. Compare? They cannot even be compared. Forget about celestial grade, even 1,000 divine grade treasures could not compare to an Empyrean grade treasure. And he continued, why are you asking such a thing? Those treasures are still far beyond your reach. Don't even dream about acquiring an Empyrean grade treasure until we reach at least the 7th heaven. What? Then how did he obtain such powerful treasures in the 3rd heaven? How is he playing this game? I thought I was finally catching up to him with your help. Fuck. This young man cursed out loud. Someone obtained a celestial grade treasure in the 3rd heaven? Are you certain about this information? The tall man suddenly became serious. 100%. He gritted his teeth. The tall man pondered for a moment before speaking. I can only imagine one area in this trash place that could potentially have a celestial grade treasure, the Nameless Emperor's tomb. However, that place is unforgiving, and even immortals have perished there. Well, even if you go now, there's less than a month left before it closes for a few years. With that being said, I have an idea. Do you know what this person looks like? If you do, we can wait for him outside and steal his treasures. The tall man had a cold smile on his face as he spoke of this suggestion. The young man frowned. You want to ambush him? I don't think that's a good idea, especially when I don't know his full strength. The tall man laughed out loud. No matter how strong he is, there is nobody in this place that can defeat me. Especially if he's someone like you. Yes, he came from the same place as me, but he's special. The young man said. The tall man then sneered with a look of disdain on his face. Xiong Lu, when did you become such a coward? Don't disappoint me now. The young man named Xiong Lu shivered from the tall man's deadly gaze. All right, let's do it. I know what he looks like. He nodded a moment later. That's what I'm talking about. As long as I am here, nobody can stop us. Ahahaha. Meanwhile, inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Yuan stood inside a certain room that had multiple shelves full of jade slips. What is this? Yuan randomly picked up one of them and looked inside with his divine sense. Sometime later, he placed the jade slip back in its spot and proceeded to stand there with a perplexed expression on his face. What's the matter, Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua asked him. That jade slip contained Tianzin's memories with Jin Xi, he said. Let me take a look at a few more. He grabbed a few more jade slip and peered into it. Sure enough, they were all memories of his time with Jin Xi. I guess he didn't spend 1,000 years on this island doing nothing. Yuan sighed. Tian Xian had filled all of the jade slips in this room with his memories with Jin Xi, every second of it. And when Yuan watched these memories, Tianzin's thoughts and feelings would transfer to him. By the time Yuan finished going through all of the jade slips in the room, had also grown to love Jin Xi. It was a weird experience for him, but he didn't reject these emotions. It took Yuan almost a week to finish, leaving him with 3 more weeks in the Nameless Emperor's tomb. After putting down the last jade slip, Yuan walked out of the room without taking any of them with him, as he felt that they belonged in this place. In the next room, he found himself standing before a round platform placed at the center of the room. The platform was about 6 inches tall and 5 meters in diameter, and the curved surface around the platform had drawings of several dragons engraved into it. For some unknown reason, Yuan could sense a nostalgic feeling coming from it. After looking at it for a moment, he decided to stand on top of it. The following moment, his figure would disappear from the room, and a pillar of light would appear above the Nameless Emperor's tomb before piercing into the heavens. When he opened his eyes, Yuan found himself staring at a familiar-looking scenery. C1174 Returning to Ancient Dragon City. Chapter 1174 Returning to Ancient Dragon City? 1174 Returning to Ancient Dragon City. Yuan wasn't surprised when he saw this notification, as he already knew the location in his heart the second he saw the cloudy scenery. Xiao Hua came out of his body a second later to ask, "Where are we, Brother Yuan?" "We're currently in," but before Yuan could finish, Feng Yuxiang also appeared, and she immediately started complaining, "Young master. This place reeks of a dragon scent. I think there's a dragon nearby." Yuan smiled. Of course, it would smell like dragons. This is the ancient dragon city, after all. Lan Yingying also appeared and asked, "The same place that the mystic realm took you to?" He nodded, "Indeed. I was teleported here when I activated some kind of teleportation formation in the mystic pagoda. Since the dragon ancestor knew Tian Xian, it's not surprising that we would come back here through the Nameless Emperor's tomb." Suddenly, Yuan and his group turned to look in a certain direction, where a large group of human figures could be seen approaching them. If he didn't know any better, he would have mistaken them as a fellow human. However, for some reason, they looked even more aggressive this time around, and there were 10 times as many people in their group. How dare a phoenix trespass into a dragon's territory? I can even smell an exile amongst them. Attack! Do not let them reach the city. Wait, Yuan didn't even get a chance to speak this time before the dragons launched their attacks on him and his group. "You dare bare your fangs at my young master? Watch as I burn you alive." Feng Yuxiang exclaimed as she also launched her own attacks at the incoming dragons. The relationship between dragons and phoenixes are akin to fire and water in the 9 heavens. Whenever they see each other, it would always result in some kind of fight. Because of this, the dragons attacked them on sight, and Feng Yuxiang did not hesitate to fight back. Dong! 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 The sound of war drums suddenly started playing loudly, alerting the other dragons in the city that a battle had started. This greatly shocked the residents in the city, as they haven't heard the war drums being played for hundreds of thousands of years. By now, it was already too late for Yuan to try and de-escalate the situation, and he could only hold Feng Yuxiang back while shielding his group from the dragon's aggressive attacks. Feng. Stop. They are not our enemies. Yuan subconsciously hugged her slim waist to hold her back. Oh. Feng Yuxiang immediately stopped her attacks and blushed, even going limp a little. However, the dragons did not stop their attacks even after Feng Yuxiang stopped attacking. Seeing this, Yuan could only create a barrier around his own group using sword aura, which destroyed any incoming attacks the moment they touched the barrier. Eventually, more dragons could be seen entering the battle. It did not take long before Yuan and his group were surrounded by dragons. "This is all your fault, Phoenix," Xiaohua uttered in a displeased manner, putting all of the blame on her. "What? You're not being fair. They attacked us first." Feng Yuxiang immediately defended her own actions. "Your presence itself is the problem," Xiaohua rebuked. While Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua continued to bicker back and forth, the presence of a spirit sovereign suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then a second presence appeared, and it was also a spirit sovereign. Two more unique aura would appear a second later, and they were both spirit emperors. When Yuan sensed these four presents, he couldn't help but smile. "All of you, halt!" A stern voice echoed shortly after. Soon, the figure behind the voice appeared, and as Yuan had expected, it was Shengmo, the Dragon Emperor. There were 3 people following behind him, and they were Mingzi, his wife, Murong, his son, and last but not least, Meili, his daughter. However, due to the barrier that obstructed Yuan's figure, none of them recognized him. "I am the ruler of this place, Shengmo. You have 10 seconds to identify yourself before my entire kingdom tears you apart, uninvited guests." "Let me handle this," Yuan said to the others while staring at Feng Yuxiang. He then removed the barrier that obstructed his face and flew towards Shengmo. "Who gave you permission to move?" Another familiar voice resounded. It was Captain Cheng, who had interrogated him during his first visit. Of course, Yuan ignored him and continued approaching the royal family. You are. Shengmo subconsciously squinted his eyes at Yuan after seeing his familiar face. "No way!" Murong exclaimed. "Oh my!" Mingzi covered her mouth from surprise. "Yuan." Meili muttered in a dazed voice before rubbing her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. "Yuan?" Her eyes widened with shock after confirming it was him. "Yes, it's me. And I am so sorry that our reunion had to be celebrated in such a fashion." Before Yuan could finish his sentence, Meili suddenly shot forward, flying at him like a meteor. Seeing this, Yuan quickly prepared for her arrival. "Yuan." A trail of blissful tears appeared in the sky as Meili dived into his arms. "Oof." Yuan released a weird noise as his body was hugged with extreme strength. "What the hell?" Captain Cheng and many others muttered in a baffled voice after witnessing this unexpected outcome. "Wait. That human is..." Captain Cheng eventually recognized Yuan. "What is that dragon doing to my young master?" Feng Yuxiang gritted her teeth in frustration. He actually returned. And in such a short time, too. Shengmo was shocked for another reason, and when he recalled his bet with Meili, his body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yuan was still being embraced by Meili. "It's been a while, Meili," Yuan said to her in a low voice, which only made the arms around his body tighten. Chapter 1175. Published at 14th of August 2023 5:55 and 22 seconds AM. Chapter 1175. Chapter 1175 Returning to Ancient Dragon City, 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1175 Returning to Ancient Dragon City, 2. 1175 Returning to Ancient Dragon City, 2. Yuan. "I can't believe it. Why did you come back so quickly? It feels like yesterday when you last visited." Meili spoke after releasing Yuan from her deadly embrace. As a dragon who has lived for over 10,000 years, her flow of time is a bit distorted. "To be honest, I didn't come here on purpose. Just like the last time, I somehow managed to come here by accident," Yuan said with a stiff smile. Meili chuckled. The first time may be an accident, but for it to happen a second time, this is definitely the work of fate. We're definitely fated to be together. Ahem. Shengmo suddenly cleared his throat, causing the air to vibrate. All of you, this is a false alarm. You may return to your posts, he said to others there. The dragons lowered their weapons and bowed to him before returning to the city. Once they were alone, Shengmo approached Yuan. Are any of you hurt? I apologize for any distress my soldiers may have caused for your group. He shook his head. Fortunately, none of us are hurt. And I would also like to apologize for any inconveniences my sudden arrival has caused. It's fine. You are always welcomed in our ancient dragon city, no matter how sudden it may be. Shengmo smiled. Anyways, why don't you come with us back to the palace, where we can sit down and have a proper conversation? Of course. Once they were sitting down inside the dragon palace, Shengmo started the conversation. Since there are a few new faces here, why don't we start with introductions? I am Shengmo, the ruler of the ancient dragon city. I am Mingzi, his wife. Murong, their son. And I am Meili, the youngest in the family. Lan Yingying introduced herself next. My name is Lan Yingying. Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang spoke in a stiff voice, as this is her first time being in the same room as dragons. Xiaohua. Xiaohua was the same as usual, being as calm as a still pond. Where's Wang Xiuying? Meili suddenly asked. Calm, she's still in second heaven. Still? Then where did you guys come from? Shengmo raised an eyebrow. The third heaven, inside the nameless emperor's tomb. You've already ascended to third heaven? Weren't you in lower heaven the last time you visited a year ago? Mingzi expressed surprise. Indeed. He nodded. At this rate, you'll reach supreme heaven in less than a decade. Shengmo laughed out loud. And he continued a moment later, anyways, your group is quite diverse. A phoenix, an exile, an... He paused when he reached Lan Yingying, seemingly unable to tell her identity. I am of the divine serpent's bloodline. A divine serpent? Shengmo exclaimed after learning this. He knew that she was a divine beast based on her unique smell, but he never expected her to grace from such a rare bloodline. Are they rare? Divine serpents. Meili asked out of curiosity after seeing his reaction. Of course. Even those with an ordinary bloodline are rare. Out of all divine races out there, the divine serpents have the lowest birth rates because of their unique bloodline that forbids them from having more than one child per generation. Though, that is not to say they cannot have more than one child. It's just that only the firstborn can be a divine serpent, but this rule may differ for each bloodline. How complicated. Meili mumbled. With such strict birth rules, it is a miracle that they still exist. Hey, they say that divine serpents aren't that different from dragons, and they can even evolve into one. How true is that? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked, as she has never witnessed this happen before. Shengmo raised his eyebrows after hearing this question. Serpents and dragons are two different races. If a serpent can evolve into a dragon, then it wasn't a serpent to begin with. Some dragons with inferior bloodlines are often mistaken as serpents, hence why there is this misconception. Is that so? Meili then said, regardless, I am really excited to finally meet other divine beasts that aren't dragons. Nice to meet you. Yuan couldn't help but smile after seeing her smile that was filled with the same energy as before. Yes, it is really refreshing to meet other divine beasts. Lan Yingying agreed with her. After chatting for a while, Shengmo suddenly asked, I know you arrived here by accident, but what do you plan on doing now? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. If fate brought me here, then I must have some kind of purpose here. Unfortunately, since I have no idea what that purpose is, I have nothing in mind. I know. How about traveling with me? Meili suddenly suggested. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, traveling? Where to? For some reason, she chuckled. You probably think the ancient dragon city is all there is to this place, right? I don't know if you remember, but I told you during your previous visit that this place is actually very vast. There are other cities besides the ancient dragon city. Just how big is this world? He then asked. I'm not really sure about that since I have nothing to compare it with, but there are 2 other cities as large as our ancient dragon city in this world, each with their own family of divine beasts. However, we're the only ones with a royal bloodline. I don't recall giving you permission to leave this city, Meili. Shengmo frowned. She shrugged. Regardless, I have to visit Azure Dragon City soon because someone couldn't wait to set up an arranged marriage for me despite promising me that he'd wait till the end of our bet. Shengmo's eyebrows twitched upon hearing her words, and he quickly said, How many times do I have to tell you that it's not an arranged marriage? You are only going to meet with a potential partner, and if you don't like him, you can refuse. Alright, then I don't like him. Shengmo was speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1176 Meili's Desire. Chapter 1176 Meili's Desire. 1176 Meili's Desire. Even if you say that now, you still have to meet with the Azure Dragon family. They are expecting your visit. Shengmo sighed. And that's exactly what I am going to do. Meili said, and she added a second later, with Yuan. Shengmo immediately frowned. That isn't appropriate at all and highly offensive to the other party. Why would it be offensive? I am just visiting their city with a friend, and since I am already there, I might as well deal with the arrangement. Father, my priority is not the Azure Dragon family, but Yuan. Yuan remained silent while this father and daughter pair argued with each other over something that heavily involved him without his knowledge. In his eyes, it was just a casual family drama very common in the cultivation world, especially for the wealthy and powerful families. Unbeknownst to him, Meili had already chosen him as her partner. Feng Yuxiang and the others had no idea either, but they had a bad feeling about the whole situation. Now. Why don't we deal with this at another time? Or have you forgotten that we have guests? Mingzi eventually stepped in to squash their argument. Yuan. Let's go for a walk. Meili suddenly rushed over and grabbed him by the hand before pulling him towards the exit. Wait, you little, Shengmo tried to stop her, but he was interrupted by Mingzi. Make sure you come back before the feast. I will. Meili and Yuan disappeared from the room before Xiaohua and the others could even react. Ahem. I apologize for my daughter's childlike behavior. She's only 10,000 years old and very spoiled. Shengmo said to them. And he continued, anyways, why don't I show you to your rooms? The 2 of them will be back before you know it. Of course, if you have anything else that you want to do, feel free to say it. You are all esteemed guests, after all. Naturally, they wanted to follow Yuan, but with Meili's presence there, they had a feeling that they would only get in the way, as she seemed exceptionally happy to see Yuan for some reason. I will guide them to their rooms. You can stay here. Mingzi suddenly said, taking her husband by surprise. When he saw the look she gave him, it was clear that she had some business with them that she did not want him to be part of. Okay. He nodded in a dazed manner. It was just a feeling, but it appears that his own wife was not on his side. Father, I am going to train. Shimurong said to him before leaving as well. Ever since meeting Yuan a year ago, Shimurong's attitude has changed, becoming more humble and quiet. In the hallway, as Mingzi led the girls to their room, she started a conversation. If you don't mind me asking, what are your relationships with Yuan? Are you traveling companions or something more? Her intentions were clear as day. She wanted to see if her daughter had any rivals. While Xiao Hua may be too young, Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were both top beauties, and they were divine beasts, as well. If you want to be technical about it, we are his servants. Feng Yuxiang said. Servants? Divine beasts serving a human? That is unheard of. Shi Mingzi did not expect such a response. Yes, we have sworn loyalty to him through a contract. However, Yuan doesn't treat us like servants. He sees us as companions and treats us with kindness. Lan Yingying said. A human at his young age controlling two divine beasts. That is unheard of. Shi Mingzi took a deep breath. Don't misunderstand. We are the ones who wanted to serve him. Even if we didn't form a contract, he would have allowed us to follow him. Feng Yuxiang added. Then if you don't mind me asking, why did you choose to serve him? I am probably sounding nosy, but I really want to know more about him, since my daughter is really passionate about following him. Shi Mingzi decided to reveal this information to them since they would have found out sooner or later, and she wanted their opinion. They stopped moving after hearing her words. That dragon princess wants to serve the young master? Feng Yuxiang almost couldn't believe her ears. Dragons are extremely prideful and would never submit to a human to her knowledge, hence her surprise. Not serve. More like starting a family together. Shi Mingzi said in a stiff voice. What? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked voice. Lan Yingying raised her eyebrows while Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched. And you have no problem with a dragon mating with a human? And what about her arranged marriage? Feng Yuxiang asked out of curiosity. Despite what the humans have done to our kind, that was countless years ago, and I do not harbor any resentment towards them. Furthermore, she's my daughter. I will support her no matter who she decides to spend her future with. Shi Mingzi spoke in a passionate tone. As for her arranged marriage, that was purely done by my husband, who is still having a hard time accepting her feelings. He doesn't hate humans or anything, but he also has a traditional mindset, and he doesn't believe in such an interracial relationship. I don't really blame him, since it's unheard of for a dragon to marry a human. Feng Yuxiang said. What do the two of you think? Should a divine beast and a human be allowed together in a romantic sense? Shi Mingzi asked for their opinions. I don't see why it shouldn't be allowed. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. I also don't see any problems with it. Lan Yingying said. Of course you wouldn't. You're carrying a human's baby, after all. Feng Yuxiang sighed. What? Shi Mingzi's eyes widened with shock after hearing this unexpected information, and she turned to look at Lan Yingying with a dazed face. Is that true? Lan Yingying calmly nodded, yes. C1177 Shi Shengmo's Worries. Chapter 1177 Shi Shengmo's Worries. 1177 Shi Shengmo's Worries. Shi Mingzi had to take a moment to process the fact that Lan Yingying had been impregnated by a human, something she didn't think would be possible. This human, is he? Shi Mingzi swallowed nervously as a certain individual appeared in her mind. Yes, it's Yuan. It happened recently, so it will be about 1,000 years before I give birth. I figured it would be him. Shi Mingzi felt her legs turn weak after confirming her suspicions. I understand your feelings very well, but if it's the young master, he's more than worthy. Feng Yuxiang chuckled after seeing Shi Mingzi's reaction that was similar to hers when she first learned about Lan Yingying's impregnation. Lan Yingying nodded, silently agreeing with Feng Yuxiang. Anyways, the young master is not only kind, caring, and passionate, but he's also extremely talented. Although I don't know how Hell react if she Meili asks to be his partner, I do know that Hell gladly let her follow him. Calm, Hell, if you knew the young master's true identity, you would actually be begging him to allow Shi Meili to follow him. Feng Yuxiang said with a profound smile on her face. This made Shi Mingzi raise her eyebrows. What Feng Yuxiang said could be considered rude to her, especially considering her family's status. Not only are the Shi family divine dragons, they also come from a royal bloodline. In the outside world, they would have the highest authorities amongst dragons. With such exalted status, what sense would it make for them to beg to follow someone, a mere human, at that? Seeing Shi Ming's puzzled expression, Feng Yuxiang couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, she couldn't reveal Yuan's secret to her, as she didn't trust her enough, nor does she have the right to do so. Well, you will learn of the truth sooner or later, if Shi Meili is fated to follow him. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. Eventually, they started walking again. Once they reached their rooms, Shi Mingzi said to them, "You can use any of the rooms here. If you need anything, you can speak with our servants. They will be posted at the entrance at all times." "Thank you," Lan Yingying said. Sometime later, Shi Mingzi returned to Shi Shengmo's side. "That took longer than I anticipated. What did you guys talk about?" he asked her in a nonchalant voice. Shi Mingzi sighed. "I just wanted to learn more about Yuan, but I learned more than I probably should have." "What does that mean?" Shi Shengmo looked at her with raised eyebrows. "I thought they were simply traveling companions, but those two divine beasts are actually his servants." "What? Divine beasts serving as servants? But one of them is a phoenix. They are prideful beings that rival dragons in terms of their dignity. They would never serve someone, much less a human." Shi Mingzi shook her head and said, "That's nothing compared to what I learned next. That divine serpent, Lan Yingying, she's actually pregnant, with Yuan's child." "She's what?" Shi Shengmo stood up with his mouth and eyes wide open. "You heard me. It happened recently, too." Shi Shengmo sat down without controlling his weight, causing the chair to tremble. "After learning this information, do you still support our daughter marrying him?" he asked her in a low voice. Shi Mingzi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "Regardless of our feelings, it will be our daughter who ultimately decides what she wants to do. If she's okay with the whole situation, there's nothing else I can say." Shi Shengmo sneered, "Now that's a load of bullshit. Even if he's related to the ancestor, I simply cannot hand over our daughter to someone who is already in that kind of relationship with another divine beast, or divine beasts." Shi Mingzi frowned and said, "In that case, why did you set her up with the Azure Dragon family? You know very well that their patriarch has multiple wives and that their son will very likely do the same." "Why, you don't know that?" "The hell I don't. I know very well that the man you've arranged for Shi Meili already has multiple fiancés. You're just so desperate that you don't care who she spends her future with as long as she doesn't leave this world." Shi Mingzi shouted at him, revealing to him that she knows very well why he did not want Shi Meili to follow Yuan. Indeed, if Shi Meili chooses to follow Yuan, she will have to leave their side and this world to go to the outside world, where humans are abundant. If anything happens to her outside, we won't be able to protect her. There's a reason our ancestors decided to live away from humans in this secluded world. While Yuan may not be a bad person, I'm certain that there are countless humans out there who are filled with evil. It's not like the world here is all sunshine and rainbows, either." Shi Mingzi sighed. "I am well aware of that, but at the very least, we can protect her from here, something we cannot do if she leaves our side. When that happens, it will no longer be our job to protect her. It'll be whomever she decides to follow." Shi Shengmo stared at her with a serious expression and asked, "Do you really think he has the power to protect her?" Shi Mingzi smiled and said, "Did you not notice his cultivation?" "What about his cultivation?" Shi Shengmo asked. "He's already a peak spirit king. The last time we saw him, he was only a spirit grandmaster, and that was a year ago. That's nothing special at all. There are plenty of people who can break through at that speed. That may be true for the people in the upper heavens, but he started in the lower heaven. In fact, we already saw the extent of his potential through the Dragon Awakening ritual. He lit up all 9 pillars. That's something even our ancestors couldn't do." When Shi Mingzi reminded him of such an event, it caused him to go silent, as he couldn't act like that never happened. C1178 visiting the Ancestral Dragon Temple again. Chapter 1178 Visiting the Ancestral Dragon Temple Again? 1178 Visiting the Ancestral Dragon Temple again. While Shengmo and Mingzi had their conversation regarding Meili's future, the specific individual of their topic was walking in the streets with a bright smile on her face that made everyone around her filled with curiosity. I haven't seen the princess acting this happy in a while. Did something happen? Do you see that young man walking beside her? That's the human who visited a year ago. Apparently, he's returned. I would bet my entire fortune that he's the reason she's so happy. I heard about him. He's the human who lit up all 9 pillars for the dragon awakening ritual, right? Yes, he's that very human. I wonder why he's returned. Meanwhile, Meili asked Yuan, "Hey, do you want to visit the Ancestral Dragon Temple again?" Yuan nodded, "Sure." Sometime later, they arrived at the Ancestral Dragon Temple, where the residents in the city go to train and spar with each other. When they arrived, Yuan immediately recognized a few of the faces there, as had fought them before. "Look! It's Her Highness, Princess Xi." "Greetings, Princess Xi." Those who were not busy in the arena stopped whatever they were doing to greet her. They noticed Yuan's presence afterward. "Hey! Aren't you that human from last year? When did you return?" One of them recognized Yuan's appearance. The other dragons also started to remember him. "I arrived just today," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "Is that so? Anyways, welcome back, Yuan." "Ha ha ha. Perfect. Looks like I can finally get my revenge." "Fight me, Yuan." "No. Let me fight him first. I've been itching for revenge since my defeat last year." Yuan was quickly surrounded by these passionate fighters. He tried to calm them down. "Relax, everyone here will get a turn to fight me." Meili then asked him, "Do you want the same rules as last time and fight as a spirit master? Let's increase the limit. I am a peak spirit king now, after all." Meili and the others suddenly became silent. "Peak spirit king?" Meili uttered in a dazed voice. Meili was so overjoyed by Yuan's return that she didn't even notice his cultivation base until he mentioned it. As for the others, they weren't thinking about it until they recalled that he was only a spirit grandmaster the last time he visited. Heavens! You're already a peak spirit king? You were only a spirit grandmaster last year. How did you improve so fast? Meili exclaimed in a shocked voice after snapping out of her daze. It just happened, I guess. If they knew that Yuan had barely even cultivated to reach that level, not even the heavens would know how they'd react. As expected of the one who awakened all 9 pillars during the dragon awakening ritual. Your talents are quite something. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, I will let my opponents choose the limit this time. I want it to be as fair as possible, after all. The dragons there raised their eyebrows, as Yuan made it sound like they were already at a disadvantage. Sometime later, Yuan and one of the dragons there entered the stage while everyone else surrounded the arena. Young man, do you remember me? Yuan's opponents suddenly asked once they were both on the stage. It took a second, but Yuan nodded. Yes, I do. You are Long Yanjun, correct? You were also my first match the last time. I'm glad that you remember me. Anyways, let's set the limit to peak spirit lord. As for the rules, it'll be the same as the last time. Long Yanjun said. Yuan nodded. Since the rules will be the same as their last fight, neither of them will be using any weapons and will be relying only on their fists. Once the formation activated, Yuan's cultivation lowered to peak spirit lord. Although the rules were the same, the fight will be vastly different due to the increased cultivation limit. For example, since they were limited to spirit master before, Long Yanjun wasn't able to use chi manifestation while Yuan could, which became the deciding factor of that fight. However, now that they are both spirit lords, Long Yanjun will be able to use chi manifestation, and his techniques will be even more powerful in general. I won last time because I used chi manifestation and you couldn't. Furthermore, you gave me one free strike. This time, I will let you strike first, and I will give you 3 free strikes. Yuan said, which surprised Long Yanjun and the spectators. 3 strikes? Are you serious? Long Yanjun asked him. Calm Yuan nodded with a confident smile. Long Yanjun smiled back, looks like it wasn't just your cultivation that changed. Anyways, I accept your offer. And I am going to make you regret it. Here I come. Long Yanjun took a deep breath and gathered his spiritual energy before concentrating it at his fist. Once he was prepared, Long Yanjun stepped forward and released his explosive attack. Purple Dragon Fist. Yuan stood there with his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly watched Long Yanjun's fist that was covered in a purple aura strike directly in the center of his stomach. Boom! A ripple swept the arena as the purple aura from Long Yanjun's fist exploded outward, entering Yuan's stomach and coming out the back as though it penetrated through his entire body. However, Long Yanjun did not move afterward, and there was a look of clear disbelief on his face. What the hell? He asked himself as his entire arm that was used to strike Yuan trembled from the impact. Long Yanjun eventually lowered his arm and took several steps back before lifting his head to look at Yuan in the face. Not only does Yuan look completely fine, he even seemed relaxed. As for Long Yanjun, when he struck Yuan just now, it didn't feel like he was hitting a human body. Instead, it felt like he'd punched a wall that was entirely made out of diamond, and half of the bones in his hand shattered because of that exchange. C1179 God's Physique. Chapter 1179 God's Physique. 1179 God's Physique. The whole place turned dead silent after the spectators witnessed what could only be described as puzzling. Long Yanjun had clearly struck Yuan square in the stomach, but the person who got hit didn't even budge an inch, making the spectators feel as though they were just seeing things. That's 1. You have 2 more free strikes. Take your time. Yuan said a moment later, breaking the silence. Long Yanjun stared at Yuan with a dumbfounded face. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, I don't believe it. He definitely did something to block my strike just now. Once the injury on his arm recovered, Long Yanjun prepared his second strike, taking much more time to prepare this time. After gathering as much spiritual energy as he could into his body, Long Yanjun released a beastly roar before striking Yuan between his chest. Dragon-piercing thrust. An even stronger force struck Yuan's body the next second, causing his body to slide back. However, Yuan did not physically take a single step back, and there was not a single discernible injury on his body. As for Long Yanjun, his entire right arm was in shambles with his bones snapped and sticking out like some kind of horror scene. Are you sure you're not using a treasure? Long Yanjun did not want to doubt Yuan's integrity, but he had no choice but to do so after seeing such puzzling results. The spectators also couldn't help but think the same. Otherwise, the scene before them would not make any sense. Yuan smiled and said, if you think I am secretly using a treasure, you may search my body. I will even take my clothes off afterward. Long Yanjun turned to look at the judge and nodded at him. The judge nodded back before entering the stage and proceeding to search Yuan's body. He doesn't have anything on his body. The judge gave his answer shortly after. Meanwhile, Yuan removed his clothes until he had nothing but his underwear covering his body. Meili could be heard taking a deep breath before gulping down her saliva when she saw Yuan's refined physique. There were several other females watching, and they also had a similar reaction after seeing his perfect physique. I have never seen such a refined body before, and I know dragons who have tempered their bodies every day for over 10,000 years. Someone there said. I think I have read an ancient scroll about a godlike body that defies all logic. If I recall correctly, the humans called it perfect physique. However, we call it God's physique. God's physique? Are you for real? He has a God's physique? Although the dragons didn't recognize the term perfect physique, they were familiar with God's physique, as that represented the peak of body temperament for a dragon. I doubt it's God's physique. Perhaps it's something similar. Someone said, doubting such a claim. Nobody has achieved a god's physique since the primordial era. There's no way a human of this era could possibly have it. While the spectators argued whether Yuan had a god's physique or not, Yuan said to Long Yanjun, "One more strike. I want mine even if you use a treasure for the last free strike." Long Yanjun gritted his teeth. While he knew that Yuan wasn't purposefully mocking him, he couldn't help but feel mocked. Now that it had reached this point, and he was certain that he wouldn't get past Yuan's defenses with his bare hands, Long Yanjun retrieved a pair of massive golden gauntlets and wore them. "Don't regret it now," Long Yanjun said as he stared at Yuan with a serious gaze. "I'm ready whenever you are." Yuan smiled. Long Yanjun released another loud roar, and scales started appearing on his skin. Yuan raised an eyebrow after seeing this, as he has never seen anything like this before. Before long, Long Yanjun's entire body was covered in purple dragon scales, and he even grew a tail. However, he still had a human-like figure. He actually transformed in a fight against a human. Long Yanjun must be feeling really pressured now. The spectators expressed surprise after seeing Long Yanjun's transformation. While the dragons in the ancient dragon city prefer to remain in human form for convenience, it also limits their strength. However, they have the ability to transform at any time and enter a state like Long Yanjun currently. While in such a state, usually referred to as a half-dragon form, their strength will increase exponentially, as they are essentially unsealing their powers. Yuan could sense Long Yanjun's aura skyrocketing, and it felt like he was before an actual beast instead of a human now. An excited smile appeared on Yuan's face as he wondered how powerful Long Yanjun would become in such a state. Once Long Yanjun was prepared, he released his fist and his emotions, letting it fly towards Yuan's face. Dong! The impact was so powerful that it shook the entire platform, and Yuan was sent flying to the end of the stage, where he hit an invisible wall that prevented him from leaving the formation. There's no way he survived that. Long Yanjun thought to himself, feeling relieved. However, his heart dropped when he heard the spectators mumbling. No way. How is he still standing? He definitely has the god's physique. I am convinced now. When Long Yanjun looked up, he could see Yuan standing there without even the smallest scratch on his pristine body. That's 3. I will attack now, Yuan said in a calm voice as he approached Long Yanjun, who was too shocked to move. After taking a deep breath, Yuan clenched his fist before striking Long Yanjun with Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the 9 Heavens. Boom! The force from Yuan's strike was so powerful that it made Long Yanjun's body explode into a bloody mess. Winner, Yuan. The judge announced the winner, but everyone was too shocked by what they just witnessed to even react. C1180 LF You Can Defeat Me, L Will Marry You. Chapter 1180 LF You Can Defeat Me, L Will Marry You. 1180 If you can defeat me, I will marry you, good fight. Yuan extended his hand for a shake after the battle ended and Long Yanjun's body recovered. Long Yanjun accepted the shake with a bittersweet smile, and he asked, "Do you really have the god's physique? Or what you humans call perfect physique?" Yuan nodded, "Yes, I have the perfect physique," he admitted, confirming the spectators' suspicions. "That was amazing, Yuan." Meili suddenly jumped onto the stage and grabbed his hands. "That last move you used, was it Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the 9 Heavens?" To Yuan's surprise, Meili recognized his technique, and she seemed to be more excited about it than his perfect physique. "Yes, you know of it." "Wait. Don't tell me it's another technique that only the royal dragon family can learn?" He swallowed nervously. Meili chuckled, "No, that's not it. Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the 9 Heavens is a renowned technique amongst dragons because it used to be the Great One's signature technique during his prime. Hundreds of stars and countless lives perished before its tyrannical power." "I see. What the hell? Not only do you have God's physique, but you also know Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the 9 Heavens?" Are you actually the Great One's pupil or something? Someone there asked him. No, I have never even met the Great One before. I just stumbled upon a few of his legacies, that's all. Yuan said, downplaying it. Who cares about any of that? Yuan. Let's fight. Someone else said. Yuan nodded, sure. This person immediately jumped onto the stage, and once again, it was a face that Yuan remembered. You are Xing Chongji, right? Yuan asked. You are correct, and I would like a rematch. Xing Chongji pointed his red sword at Yuan's face. Where should we limit our cultivation? First level Spirit King. Xing Chongji responded. Then the rules will be the same as last time. Yuan said as he retrieved his Empyrean Overlord. I won the last time because I took him by surprise with Dragon's Gaze. This time, I will only rely on my sword. Yuan thought to himself. The match started shortly after, and their swords immediately clashed with each other. If you can land your blade on my neck, I will consider it my defeat, as your sword won't be able to penetrate my skin. Yuan said as he parried all of Xing Chongji's attacks. We shall see about that. Xing Chongji shouted as he covered his sword with sword aura. Seeing this, Yuan also brought forth his sword aura. Xing Chongji immediately began sweating when he sensed how powerful Yuan's sword aura was compared to his own. Looks like you've also improved your sword aura. A year ago, Yuan's sword aura was only slightly superior compared to Xing Chongji's sword aura. However, Yuan's sword aura has improved so much since then that Xing Chongji could not even hope to compare anymore. Of course, this wasn't even Yuan's full strength, as he still had enhanced sword aura, which might shatter Xing Chongji's will to fight the moment he uses it, hence why he decided to keep it hidden for now. Seeing Xing Chongji's nervous expression, Yuan smiled and actually weakened his own sword aura until it matched Xing Chongji's sword aura. I want to defeat you with my sword techniques, not through brute strength. Yuan said to him. Xing Chongji couldn't help but laugh, and he said, all right. Let's see what else you've learned. The two of them would go on to exchange hundreds of sword techniques for an hour straight until Yuan eventually bested Xing Chongji without using any actual techniques, relying only on his sword and his experience with it. Winner, Yuan. The judge announced. I know you already know this, but you've really improved a lot. Although you were powerful back then, you weren't as precise and skillful with the sword. Experience was the only thing you truly lacked, but that is no longer the case. Of course, there is still a lot of room for improvements, for both of us. After defeating Xing Chongji, Yuan continued to spar with everyone that challenged him. In the end, Yuan fought with everyone at the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Is there anyone else that wishes to fight? Yuan looked around to see if there were more challengers, but nobody stepped onto the stage. I guess this is it, wait. A clear voice resounded as a figure leaped onto the stage, facing Yuan with a smile on her face. Just like the last time, I shall be your last match. Meili said. Yuan then asked, same rules? Same rules. As for our cultivation, since this is a test of our soul strength, our cultivation won't matter, so we can leave it untouched. Yuan nodded, all right. Then whenever you are ready. The smile on Meili's face suddenly disappeared, and she became extremely serious and focused. After witnessing Yuan's improvements in so many different ways, she fully expected him to have improved his soul strength as well, so she couldn't go easy on him like she did last time. Then on the count to 3. 1, 2, 3. They activated their dragon's gaze at the same time, creating a powerful pressure around the stage. And just like last time, Meili slowly increased the strength of her dragon's gaze as she approached Yuan. But unlike last time, Yuan didn't seem to be struggling even in the slightest. His face was perfectly tranquil, perhaps even relaxed. Seeing this, Meili skipped several levels and greatly increased the strength of her dragon's gaze until she was using about 70% of her soul strength. However, her efforts resulted in nothing but a smile on Yuan's face. Seeing how little her dragon's gaze affected Yuan, Meili couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But she eventually smiled and said, "Since the rules are the same, I will repeat what I said last time as well. Yuan, if you can defeat me, I will marry you." When Meili said such words last time, Yuan didn't hear it because he was too focused on resisting her dragon's gaze. But now that he could easily resist it, he had plenty of room to focus on other things, such as her speech. Yuan uttered in a dumbfounded tone as his calm face turned into one that was filled with surprise. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.